Hi. Hello. Welcome in, guys. My name is Eli. This is Mayday Roleplay, and we're so glad that you're here. We're out here today playing some Daggerheart and getting into some fun shenanery as we like to on a Saturday.
Shenanigans.
A very real word.
No, I like shenanery.
Shenanery.
Listen,
It's good.
Listen,
describes us pretty well.
Listen, it's my word. I like to use it.
Yeah.
Deal with it. But yeah, thank you all for coming in today and join us. Real quick, we have tons of things I should be telling you guys about. I lost my train of thought, but that is okay. We want to first thank those who patron to us here at Mayday Roleplay, predominantly our operator level patrons, who I will name off right now. So thank you to Advanced War, Sammy, Bimblewort, Cameron S, Jonathan M, Kirby's Double, Onk, OG Ren, and WTF again. If you love us at Mayday Roleplay, want to give us some love and support, you can always find us there at patreon.com, where we have cool, awesome things like exclusive games that we run bi-monthly, a wonderful Discord full of amazing patrons that are playing games, doing creative stuff, showing us all the cool things that they do. And much exclusive. So feel free to join us at any time. Also, look to our summer, as Hot Vampire Summer is on the way with our Vampire the Masquerade Vegas campaign, Vegas by Night, ran by our lovely Caleb. As well as Doom to Repeat. We have our next episode dropping next Friday, concluding our run-through of Caligari. So tune in on Friday. Today we are raising money on top of playing this lovely queer game. Today we are fundraising for the lovely group Reach LA. Reach LA is a wonderful social organization group set to help POC LGBTQA folks in the space to do a variety of things like providing social groups, sexual health and education, as well as opportunities both in the creative arts and through entrepreneurship. So there will be a wonderful Tiltify link that will be popping up as our adventure goes. Feel free to donate there at any point, and we'll be running that Tiltify link all the way to July 10th. So there's plenty of time to throw us a little bit of extra cash so that we can help folks on the ground in our community, providing amazing services for us, for our community. So learn more about Reach LA and all the awesome things that they do. That's the main course of all of our housekeeping that we need to do today. We are running a wonderful module from a book called Queer We Go, which is centered around making some fun, awesome 5e adventuring based off queer writers and stuff. God, words today. So if you are interested in that, please go find out Queer We Go, and check out all those awesome adventures there. We've slightly translated it so that it'll be Daggerheart friendly, so we can continue to play the awesomeness that we have found in Daggerheart.
Today we'll get to see whether we can make a 5e module into a Daggerheart module.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll be able to accomplish what we can and what we want to do. Unless there is anything else that we need to talk about.
Well, I just learned that Caleb is sponsored by Coca-Cola, it seems.
Damn
Like
straight.
that
I would give anything. Listen, I'll shell myself out to Coca-Cola if anyone wants to talk to me. This is the one big company I will whore for, and I'll do it any day of the week, baby.
Donate to our fundraiser. Help us make monies. Coca-Cola, do it now. Do it today.
Yeah. $1 million, please.
I know you guys love performative pride. Help us.
Exactly.
My announcement is I love you guys.
I love you.
I love you too.
Beautiful.
Wonderful, love you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. If we do not have anything else to talk about, let's get adventuring.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's play some Daggerheart. All right. So it's early morning, and the sun is shining, and the breeze is fair, and all seems beautiful as we set the scene at the port of the city of Paywall. And as the day begins and starts to roll in, a carriage begins to arrive. And as the carriage kind of stops at one of the docks, it opens the door, and out pops four lovely adventurers set to take a vacation to the Flaming Isles via boat. Let's see. Lev, please introduce your character and what they look like as they exit this carriage and embraces the warm sunshine of a beautiful day.
Yes, so first out of the carriage, notebook already in hand, is this kind of like 3.5 to 4 foot tall Qatari person. They're kind of more on the feline end of the spectrum rather than humanoid. Their coloring is a little bit like an ocelot. Big, wide, yellow eyes, rounded ears. They've got on this long blue wizard's robe. Big glasses kind of perched on the end of their little cat nose. They look like they are trying to hold themselves taller than they are, with more confidence than they definitely have. They're already taking notes on like surroundings, just like head on a swivel, watching everything, and just kind of trying to like gain knowledge to gain an upper hand almost.
All right. Yes. Beautiful day. Yes, it's very nice outside.
Beautiful. Caleb, describe your character as they exit out of the carriage. Describe them and how they feel this beautiful morning.
I think that you hear them before you see them, which is true of Dahl most of the time. They are dressed in all different shades of white, a lot of lace. It is almost like a abstraction of a jester's costume, with these ruffled bloomers, this big abstracted white doublet that sets over them. Their head is covered by this cowled cover that is then brought in with this wig piece, which is entirely made of these baubled, ringing bells that sort of cascade in this long hair piece that sits about their shoulders. They're a daemon person, so that they do have these little perfect devil horns, almost like old medieval inscription depictions of devils with those perfect little points. Their faces beat to hell with makeup. The center of their face is this big heart that sits in perfect red makeup color, to the point where you can't really tell if that's the color of their skin or just a perfect base. And around that sort of almost doll-like white beat. Their eyes are encrusted with diamonds along their eyelashed extensions. And their lips are this perfect ghostly white and blue, almost corpse-like application of makeup. They've got the fucking curled, stupid shoes with the bells at the end and everything. And just massive outfit to the point where getting out of the carriage is hard for them with all of the bustles and skirts and the big cage that sits off of their hips and everything. And at their side, they have this embroidered whip that is chained out with diamonds as well, and then as many bells as the rest of them. And on the other side, this floating sword that tends to float around them at all times. Doll is feeling good, but Doll is always feeling good. They actually are invited onto this vacation because they're the night's entertainment. For as long as they'll be on the ship, they'll be entertaining. It's always a question of what Doll actually does as an entertainer. It's more of like when you hire a cameo and a celebrity shows up just to be there rather than to have any sort of act. People are just they're enjoyable to be around Doll's presence there. And he steps out with this haughty, weird, almost marionette movement to their body and looks about, just very excited to be here.
That's so fancy. I love it. Zach, you're up next, jumping out of this stuffy carriage and into the warm summer breeze. Introduce your character and give a description.
Okay, so you see this almost 7 foot tall, fucking shredded, gorgeous orc with tons of tattoos. It just looks like they are in a romper, and it's like a beautiful linen, vacation dad sort of cloth romper. And in Orcish, it says, "My muscles are up here," but there's an arrow pointing in every direction.
Oh my god!
They have these. They have clear battle scars all over their body, and these tattoos that clearly were a part of some hero's journey that were important to seal some big bad somewhere. But now they are on vacation, and the tattoos have healed, and they're fine. They also have this huge wide-brimmed hat, church lady-esque, with tons of little mosses and flowers growing atop. They are a druid. And braids on braids on braids that sort of cascade over their shoulders and down their back. Little pouches and waist beads drenched, over the romper. And these lovely little tusks with gold little caps, little orcish grill on the front. This is Staniel.
Oh, Staniel.
Not Stanley, and not Daniel, but Stan.
Staniel.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. Love it so much. And last but not least, Sergio, bring us home, introduce your character, and tell us about them.
So I want to say stepping out of Doll's carriage from the trunk of the carriage, popping open the back, steps out a little 3-foot person who is very thin and wiry, and they wear a kind of a darker velvet green jacket and pants, kind of a frilly white shirt. And the team has come to know them as by what they describe him, which is the gentleman with the thistledown hair. He has, as he stands up, he's got this coif of almost platinum blonde hair that is as thin as a thread of string or a straw or something like that. And he's got these big bushy white eyebrows to kind of match. Very fairy-like, if anyone has ever spent any time with the fae or fairy folk. And he just kind of grimaces at the crude, smelly and unbekempt, unqualified nature of the people and the location around him. The docks are just full of fishy smells and things unbecoming of a gentleman such as him. But he sees Dahl is kind of making their way towards the boat, and he'll just follow after quickly.
Fantastic. Yes. The docks here at Passwall are not a little worse for wear, and as you kind of take in the sunshine and you look about the ports and you set eyes on your ship, what you all see is this very large looking steamboat, and you can see the little puffs of steam kind of billowing out. It looks like a much older and much it has a lot of weather to it, but from what you all know, that this ship is a very prestigious type of ship, and it's owned by a very fancy family known as the Luxbottoms, which this ship is named after, the SS Luxbottom. And as you kind of see that little gang plank that leads to the top, sitting on a barrel is a small ribbit person. They're dressed and adorned in a captain's outfit, and they're greeting passengers as they arrive. And ahead of you looks to be a newlywed couple who are just arm in arm with each other. They're giggling, they're laughing at each other as they're very excited. And right behind them is another elven person who is carrying predominantly all of a series of bags. And the captain greets them both and welcomes them on board, and welcomes the other one behind them before you guys make your way up. And as you guys kind of arrive to the front of the line, this person greets you, and they say, "Come aboard! Welcome to the SS Luxbottom. 30 more minutes before we leave port, and we're waiting. Hello, my name is Captain." Captain Luxbottom. I will be traversing you down to the Flaming Isles today. A wonderful 3-day excursion on our way down there. So come aboard. We'll get you all sorted. Do you any need of assistance in getting your bags or locating your cabins? Let me know, and we'll provide you the help.
Yeah, I think the gentleman might actually call out just out loud, but addressing Dahl, and be like, "Dahl, come, we mustn't aboard this ship. Any captain named after their ship, that's gotta be bad luck."
The gentleman with the thistledown hair, you must keep yourself calm. This is going to be an enjoyable experience. You only have to suffer this man for 3 days at most.
Well, then I must insist that at least we are given the suites. That way Dahl can be fully prepared for their performance.
What do you say, Captain Luxbottom? Do you think that you could spare some rooms for the entertainment?
Of course. Let me see what tickets you have, and they'll take your tickets. I see here that you all have our second largest suite on the ship. Unfortunately, we do have the honeymoon suite, but that has already been taken by a lovely couple who's planning to spend their honeymoon. But I assure you that the ensuite is one of the more prestigious suites on our boat. Gives you a nice clear view of the open sea as we traverse. It's going to be it will be a lovely fit for you.
The second most prestigious, you'd say?
Well, the honeymoon suite, of course, is the first one. But as I
assure
mentioned,
you, good sir, when you see Dahl's performance, you will understand that giving him the honeymoon suite will, in fact, make their honeymoon even sweeter. Because his performance will be that much better.
The gentleman with the thistledown hair, you mustn't. You flatter me. You're glazing me. Oh.
The sorry, distracted by words. The second greatest suite you said we had?
Yes. We have a series of suites, and we've provided the second best.
Okay. Well, what makes this acceptable is very simple. Does the second suite have a patch of dirt?
Not initially, but if our guests require a bit of dirt, I think we can rustle that up for you. Yes.
It is in our rider.
A lot of dirt, I think. Yeah, I think that will sort of elevate what we're missing from the honeymoon suite.
Wait, the first class cabin doesn't have dirt? No, then we must have the second class.
Then I will.
You see.
Yes, then I will escort you there personally to your suite then, and we will make sure that the dirt is as fresh as the day we pulled it out of the ground.
You're so kind for that. If I could just get someone to help with my bags, and I think that Dahl is just going to unload like 50 like garish, huge packages, all in the same white as he is, and adorned with all of this graffiti that matches his thematics. And it'll be no problem. Only half of them are oversized.
Karis is disassociating fully throughout this conversation and just kind of, with a 1,000-yard stare, sweeps a hand, and one of the bigger bags starts dragging itself and then stopping and dragging itself and then stopping, with just kind of this invisible magical hand that is clearly not strong at all, but just
Karis,
trying to get out of this situation.
Where is the fun of celebrity if you do not use it for personal gain?
I feel like that's a question you're asking me specifically. And as a person who isn't a celebrity, this makes me wildly uncomfortable.
Nonsense. You're part of my entourage. Of course you're a celebrity.
Blue screen, just like blue screen cat eyes.
I go pick up Karis.
Do you think they have a library here? Can I just go?
We might find something.
They just start like making biscuits in your shoulder.
We'll be fine. We'll get you some paper or whatever you like to have.
Staniel, I'm outside. I don't like being outside.
Yes. But it's not over the water. And then they sort of start.
Just absolutely
Are we
losing
not
it.
grateful for land?
Just think of it, Karis. You'll spend 3 days over the water with nowhere to go except to face your fears. Exposure therapy. You'll have nothing but the man-made wood below you and the water below that. Some thousands of miles deep.
I'm going to throw up a hairball or all new clothes if you keep talking.
I think the gentleman is probably like leading the group, like telling people to get out of the way so that they can make their way to their cabins.
And the captain is. Oh,
I think Dahl like introduces the gentleman to anyone who passes, just to appease to the fey nature of them. The gentleman I know gets very upset if they're not properly introduced. So just under Dahl's breath with every new person, he goes, the gentleman with the thistledown hair, the gentleman with the thistledown hair, just over and over.
Yeah, once we're a little closer to our cabin, the gentleman will kind of stop that and just be like, Dahl, I know this is why you will be the one that will help me return to the Fae. You are the chosen one.
Oh, come now. The gentleman with the thistledown hair, you wound me with this level of of flattery. I just can't take it with you around like this.
I just hope you understand it might take the sacrifice of a few, and he like looks directly at Staniel and Karis, a few allies to make it happen, but we know that it's for the best.
Well, perhaps we could, and he looks to the two of them, clearly very fond of these ones. Perhaps we could find some new ones on the boat. Someone unassuming and close to the end of their lives. A lot of elderly use these as cruises.
Are you suggesting an old man be my champion?
Not so much your champion as much as your sacrifice.
Ah, yes. This is genius, doll.
Just think of it. For every year that they lived, that's another year given to your name. We just sacrifice as many of the elderly as possible, and you'll ascend to power.
Well, I've already ascended to power. I am the king of the Fey Court. I simply just have to get back to it, that's all.
Right. And what exactly was that court again? I just have the foggiest of memories. I can never remember the gentleman with the thistledown hair.
Oh, doll, your memory is simply crap. It is the village, the land of Lost Hope. That is the name of it.
Land
Lost
of
Hope.
Lost Hope.
Lost Hope specifically.
And you, of course, are their Lost Hope. It only makes sense.
Staniel, Karis, you of course remember my tale?
They have a zip line here. Have you seen it?
No, I must see it immediately.
Sorry, what did you say?
Staniel, I don't want to break your hopes, but I think that those are boating lines. Like for a boat.
Well, we could certainly try, right? We could just... We're guests. You said celebrity, right? You said celebrity, we can be high up in the air.
Anywhere that you go, you're a celebrity. Of course, you have guest status wherever you walk.
I suppose anytime you have a line from point A to Z, you can make it a zip line.
A zip line. Very funny. A to Z. I like that. And they start writing it down.
Oh, I didn't even catch that myself. And he just starts giggling like an idiot.
Village of Lost Hope. That's right. I need the village of the land of the Lost Hope. I need to write that down. I have that somewhere in my notes about you.
Yes, Karis, I'll take you there one day. You'd be a lovely sacrifice for dinner.
What? I don't agree with sacrifice. That's not something I've agreed to.
Well, I don't think anyone necessarily agrees with sacrifice off the bat.
I'm not going to agree to it at any point, I don't think.
The captain takes the final last couple of steps, and you hear the little plop, plop, plop of their feet as they kind of stand at attention to your suite, as they kind of push open the door and with much pride as they stick their chest out to show you your accommodations for your time on this ship. It is a fairly reasonably sized room. The first thing, though, you would all notice is that there's one big bed and then two bunk beds that are kind of off to the side. And then there seems to be a small bathroom and a nice little port window that looks out to the opposite side of the ship.
Oh no, it seems that with these beds we'll have to share. Oh, how awful for all of us.
Oh, and he just immediately jumps into a bed and just like kind of waits for everyone to join.
Fine. Staniel, if allowed, will take the bunk bed off the top and put them next to the big bed, so there's just one big, large, like Alaskan king.
Wow, you're
sweet.
You're quite the strong person, the captain. Just you know, he's a ribbit, so he's such a small statured of size compared to you. As he just watched you rip this bed off and put it down next to him. Is there a particular place you want the dirt?
No, I think that's the joy of it, right? Dirt's to the group.
Dirt can be anywhere.
Dirt can be anywhere.
It can be
Pour it all
anywhere.
over me! And I'll just stand there.
The gentleman with the thistledown hair would like you to pour it all over him.
Noted. We should be able to do that. As I mentioned, we have about 30 more minutes before we take off, so feel free to make yourself comfortable and at home, and we'll be on our way. And as soon as we leave port, there will be a lovely array of drinks and beverages and mingling to be had. So, I will see you all soon. And he starts to take the...
Captain
Yes.
Luxbottom, I had a question for you. I'm so sorry. And might I say, it's been so long since I was on top of a Luxbottom. So good to see you. I was wondering, you said that there was a couple in the honeymoon suite.
Yes, there is.
I was
Don't
just
tell me their
wondering.
names are Lux Bottoms.
Yes.
No. They are guests, or they're one of Lord Murbank's children. Just recently got married, and they have decided to. Yes. Are you familiar with the good Lord?
Absolutely, I am. Eli, am I familiar with the good Lord?
Yeah, I would say somebody who travels and performs and stuff like that. Lord Murkback is one of the most prestigious. Murkback, yes, is one of the prestigious lords in Passwall. And you probably would have at least rumored or heard of the recent wedding that has happened for their eldest child, Yelena.
I heard that
yes,
was quite a spectacle, that wedding.
So I have heard, and the Lord was very generous in providing them to come and enjoy their honeymoon to the Flaming Isles, and utilizing our boat as transport to get them there. So it's very exciting indeed.
Well,
and you most likely will see them all along the way.
I'm going to have to pay a visit to them and to see to it that they enjoy their honeymoon to the fullest extent, even if it means inviting a third.
There it is.
Certainly, he looks a little confused at you by the notion. Well, I must start beginning to get the final preparations so that we leave on schedule. Being on schedule is very important. As he kind of starts to take those awkward side shuffles back. But again, as soon as we leave port, there'll be drinks and wide amounts of entertainment, and I will see you all soon. And he just turns right around and plops out the way.
One last thing, as Kara sticks their head out of the door.
He's the captain's got that mode, he's about to walk away, and it's just yes. What can I do you for?
Might you have a manual for this ship?
A manual? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, certainly. He kind of ruffles through and he pulls out this pamphlet. Here you go.
Is it like a mechanical manual, or just like a pamphlet of ships on the boat?
It's just a paper pamphlet. It gives you some times of some day activities, some night activities, when dinner's gonna be, a couple of the locations on the ship and their descriptions of it.
This is lovely. I was looking for a more technical look at the boat, just in case something goes wrong. Just so there's another person who knows how to keep it afloat.
I mean, I assure you, my dear, that everyone here at the crew of the Luxbottom is well equipped in providing safety and security here. We've been sailing for generations almost. I myself am about to have my son Theo inherit the ship soon, and we will be continuing on for another generation and maybe even another generation after that.
Are you quite certain you know what you're doing?
I am quite certain indeed that everything will be okay. Just relax. It's gonna be fine.
Relaxation, yes, that is the point of a cruise, is it not?
It is. It's usually the number one thing one does on a cruise.
Yes, thank you so much.
And the captain gives you a nod and turns around and.
Oh, Captain!
No.
Yes.
I was wondering about tonight's menu and where that might be taken. Where is it that we'll be having dinner, and what is it we'll be eating?
We will be having dinner in the main hall. I'm not quite sure about what our menu will be today. You would have to find our lovely cook and Shipem's Solrig. He will be the one cooking and providing all of the wonderful accoutrements this evening.
Lovely.
So, yes. So if you go off and find them, they should be able to provide you that information. And with that, as much as it's so fun to engage and interact with our lovely guests, I do need to make sure that we leave on time. Being on schedule is very important.
So important.
So important indeed. And we'll make sure to have the dirt delivered before we take off. Good day. And he picks up the pace. He's just, you can hear the plopping, just moving fast. He's moving as fast as he can before somebody else calls after him.
Rookie numbers. We could have kept him for at least 50 more questions.
Yeah.
This could have been the one shot. Was just me arguing again.
Yeah, we should have done 4 hours of questioning Eli.
That's what this is supposed to be, right?
This is Daggerheart.
Yeah, the only reason the gentleman didn't participate is because he was looking out the window for the zip line.
This is exactly what
Indeed.
Critical
I
Role
was still holding.
wanted for Daggerheart, was 4 hours of questioning and zip lines.
Beautiful. Well, in that 30 minutes, are we doing anything just in our cabin, getting set? Is there anywhere people want to wander off before we take off? How are we feeling?
Should probably go to the deck for just a
Zip
good
line.
way to get an eye on everyone, see what's there. The zip line.
I did want
Cars,
to give...
maybe is there a sort of thunder jacket or something?
Thunder jacket? Whatever for?
Oh, Karis.
Just nothing.
Karis, you're going to burst another blood vessel. You need to stop looking like that.
I look normal.
Karis is like going around the seams of every window, checking like the seal, looking at like lifeboats and checking that they're like up to code.
I did a lot of research on lifeboats and what you're supposed to do when there's a crash. There's surprisingly little you can do in the ocean. If your ship goes down, you might get sucked down by a whirlpool when it sinks. And then we just go down and in the depths.
Oh, how marvelous
Yes.
to go on such an adventure. I look forward to it. The
Well,
gentleman is
yes,
just...
if we're going...
The gentleman just unzips the back of his what should be a complete like 3-piece suit, just unzips it at once, and he's got a like that old style swimming trunks that men used to wear. That's like a one piece. That's also made of velvet, and then there's like a velvet like inflatable duck. You know the waistband. And he's like, I'm gonna go out on the deck and just see where that zip line is.
Well, yes, good. I love that we're all sort of embracing the energy here. including you, Karis. You're doing so well. This is so much better than you usually are.
Thank you.
But I just want to inform all of you that before this all starts, we came here as an effort of vacation. We are not going to get ourselves involved in any stately matters. There will be no dungeons. There will be no crawling.
There's no saving of people. Enough of the saving of people.
Exactly. We keep roping ourselves into being good people, and I'm sick of it.
Someone.
I like the idea here, Staniel. Keep that energy. Let's move in opposite directions. Let's scatter ourselves out a little. We've been testing the limits in one way too much. We need to
Why are we going far from each other?
I just think we spend a lot of time together as coworkers, and we're the entourage. Of course, we'll come home to our cuddle puddle at the end of the day, but maybe this is a good time for all of us to branch out and find new people. The gentleman with thistledown hair needs more sacrifices that are not my dearest and closest friends. Karis, you need someone that brings down that energy a little and lets you let loose.
You will bring down my energy. This is so down from when I was in school. I've been forced out of the only comfortable place on the screen. They won't let me take any more classes until I come back from fucking adventuring.
Okay, so Karis, what did we talk about using less words to describe the things that are going on inside of you, yes?
Less
You remember
words.
that conversation we had where you sometimes overshare and it puts people off from getting to know the real you?
I don't know who the real me is, Joel.
Oh, okay, well that's what we're talking about, just that sentence entirely.
What?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Karis.
Good. Put a period on that.
Period.
Good. Yes.
Period.
Biscuits, biscuits, biscuits.
So who's going where? It sounds like the gentleman with the thistledown hair is going to the deck with Staniel. Doll, where are you heading?
I'm really interested in the Lord's little lordling and her new marriage. So I'd like to see about meeting the honeymooners.
Beautiful. And Karis, where would you like to go?
I think Karis wants to go to the highest point on the ship that they can get. So I think they're gonna go up towards the bridge in the hopes of finding a manual to know anything more about this ship, and also to get to the highest point away from the water.
Beautiful. Let us start. Let us start at the deck. Gentleman with the thistledown hair and Staniel, you guys take a couple of steps up a staircase, and you get to the main deck. On that deck is a beautiful pool with a series of loungers and towels that have been kind of laid out and about. There's a little mini bar area that's off to the side. There's no drinks currently being served as they have to wait until they leave port before service can begin. But it is quite beautiful, and it seems that the only person who is also taking an opportunity to enjoy the deck is one of the other folks that you had seen arrive with the honeymooners, the elven person carrying predominantly the bags, and he's sitting in one of the loungers, got his hands just kind of clasped together, just kind of almost disassociating, staring out into the sky. But the pool is open to be swam in, to enjoy. What do you all want to do?
Staniel, what do you do?
I have a mind to run into the pool and jump in completely.
Yeah, do it.
Maybe we just get this party started. I'm gonna start running towards the pool and grabbing as many people as I can to jump into the pool with them.
Non-consensual cannonball!
The man with the thistledown hair is the only one within arm's reach of you.
I'll jump in
if
with
you're
you.
grabbing. grabbing in.
I grab them. I will run awkwardly far across the deck to grab. I think the guy with the bags who looks like he's not having a good time. So it's just and then run into the pool.
Oh, you're grabbing him. Oh, all right. Well, roll me a strength check just to see how well you're able to pick up a grown person and drag them into the
Who
pool.
probably doesn't want to do this.
Does not want to do that most likely.
It was an 8 with fear.
An 8 with fear. I would say that in your bounding excitement, as you just run towards this person, and all of a sudden they see this giant of a soul just bounding over them. It kind of snaps them out of that like dissociation that they were in, and they kind of panic and they're like, oh, as they kind of roll over, and instead of grabbing them, you end up grabbing the lounger that they were on. And you just, with all the, just right in that vibe, you just take that lounger and jump in, chair all you, as you splash all this water that just gets displaced and just spreads out across the deck.
Once we're like chilling for a second in the pool, I think, the gentleman is like up here in water and then kind of comes up a little bit and says to Staniel, that person you tried to bring into the pool with us, if there were to be some kind of murder aboard the ship, you'd imagine it would be them, right? Very stoic, very strange.
Yeah, as you're like looking about, that person is like now soaked by the splashing wave of Staniel and the lounger, and he kind of stands up and looks at both of you, trying to like wipe water off of them, and just like, are you two insane?
Why, very much so. Thank you.
What?
Yes, squad carrying members. I thought you might want to swim. You seem upset.
Me being upset is none of your concern. I'm now more upset that you've gotten me wet. I was just trying to take a breath, take a moment, and...
You're already wet. You might as well enjoy the water.
I will enjoy the water when I want to. I was just hoping to get a little bit of air before we left port.
Is there not enough air down in the galley?
What's your name?
He's like still like wringing water out of his clothes. My name is Nim. And you are...
The gentleman just kind of paddles away, not answering.
I am Staniel.
Staniel. Good. Now I know who to avoid while I'm on this cruise. It's not like I'm already avoiding other people. As he kind of like starts wringing it, he starts taking steps away from the pool.
Listen, weird start. Okay, why don't we hang out over dinner or something tonight? Could be fun. You can tell me why you look like that. Why you're sad.
Roll me something. Roll me a presence.
A little better? Surely. Yes, 19 with hope.
19 with hope. Well, I feel like at least that would be a much more better way to introduce somebody. If you are gonna do it that way, sure, why not? Now, if you don't excuse me, I'm going to. Yeah, if you don't excuse me, I'm going to now get out of these soaking wet clothes before I catch a cold. I'll see you later, Staniel. As he starts to walk away and head back down into the cabins.
I turn and wink at the gentleman with the thistledown hair.
Phenomenal. Next up is Doll. Doll, you wanted to make your presence known to the lovely couple that the captain had mentioned was here on their honeymoon, and that would be at the honeymoon suite, which is in the last room in the guest quarters area. And as you walk up to the door, you can hear very loudly just the sounds of giggling and revelry going beyond. What do you want to do?
How revelrous is this?
Revelry of the
Are
honeymoon
they
kind.
honeymooning?
They are honeymooning indeed. You can you and yes.
I don't know that I'm that much of an asshole. I'm gonna let them finish. In that mind,
I'm going to listen.
Yes, intently. No, I think I'll go down and visit the Grand Hall then, thinking that maybe I'll check out the entertainment experience. But I am keeping an eye out for the next time that I see them and they're not fucking. So just to keep that in mind. But I'll go down to the Grand Hall. I'll see about, getting a sense for the space, like an actor showing up 2 hours early to the theater and being the most pretentious one there.
Beautiful. Yeah, you walk down the guest corridors, and as you do, you cross paths with an elven man, and he is head to toe covered, just drenched in what smells like pool water, and he just looks at you for a second and just gives you that half smile. And walks past you, and you can watch him as he follows down towards where the honeymoon suite was. He kind of stops for just a brief second to look at the door of the honeymoon suite before he takes a right into the adjacent room that's immediately next to it, and slams the door.
Okay. In relation to our room, are we next to him or next to the honeymooners first?
You are two tours down from that person.
Okay. So it goes us, him, honeymooners.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll just keep that in the back of my mind, knowing that I saw him go into the room adjacent, stepping by the honeymooners, and then I'm going to proceed on to the Grand Hall.
Beautiful. Yeah, you enter the main hall, and nobody is currently there, but the main hall is set for dinner. You can still see this main hall has these gorgeous open windows, and you can still see the port of Passwall that's kind of in the distance. And even from here on this bright, clear, sunny day, if you were to look on the opposite side of this, you can see in the very, very, very far horizon, just the small indication of what the Flaming Isles would be. So it's a very shortish trip, and you'll be able to see the island more or less the entire time as you guys are traveling. And I would say by now, the steamboat is starting to make a loud horn sound, as you can start feeling just the slight movement, and it kind of rattles the silverware plates and everything that's in this hall, as it sounds like the 30 minutes have been up and we are slowly starting to depart on our way. Roll me things. Roll me a an instinct check.
Okay. I have a 16 with hope.
Scene of home. Beautiful. You're standing in this hall. Perhaps you're wandering about the channeling, measuring out the distance between tables and the things like that, getting a sense of the stage in which you intend to perform your performance at tonight's dinner. And as you're kind of doing that, and you take one or two steps, you start to notice and hear a scratching noise that seems to be coming from somewhere. And you look around left and right and up and down and all around, but you can't locate the source of this scratching. But you hear it every now and again as you walk up and down this main hall.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep an ear out and see if I can track down what that is, because obviously it's getting in the way of what will inevitably be my performance. I don't want people paying attention to scratching and not me. Mm-hmm. So I am very interested, while there's nobody in the room, while there's nothing going on, to pursue wherever that is and see if I can hunt it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you keep going to go down to one side of the wall and listen in, but then you start hearing the scratching coming from the opposite end, and then you try to follow it and go to that side of the wall, and as you do, then you start hearing the scratching on the other side. It seems whatever it is traversing and traveling around, but you can't necessarily see the origin, just the shoveling and scratching.
Got it. Yeah, I think the rest of that will be me getting ready for the performance. I might hunt down Karis, actually, first, before Karis gets up to anything else. Karis, where did you run off to?
After I detached myself from Staniel, I think Karis was heading up towards the bridge.
So I'm going to see if I can hunt down Karis on their way to the bridge real quick, and sort of corner them. Karis?
Hi. Hello.
How's it going? You're doing well on your own?
I want to give you the answer you want, but it's also a lie. So I'm just not going to answer.
Hey, there's no shame in lies. They help you get places in life.
I'm doing great.
Good. I'm so happy for you. I was so worried you were doing poorly.
No, I've never been poorly in my life. This is the happiest I've ever been.
Oh, that's so good to hear, Karis. Karis, do you think you could do something for me, love?
What do you need, darling?
Well, you know how you have a sense for becoming obsessed with things?
Yes.
I have a new obsession for you. That I'm trying to understand why a ship this prestigious would have such a moment. Come into the Grand Hall with me, and I'll take them in, and I'll point out the sound and see if Karis can hear it too. Do you hear that, or am I
Karis,
on too many drugs?
Karis, roll me a instinct check. See if you could hear what Doll is hearing.
I'm going to use one of my experiences, which is single-mindedness, to add +3 to this.
For sure.
I crit.
Yo!
Yeah. I rolled 2 tells, it's a 24, +1 for instinct is 25, +3 for single-mindedness is 28.
Damn.
Tell me everything that's ever happened on this ship.
See, I was thinking it's because I've been snorting all of that Corinthian crystal.
And Karis is climbing the walls as much as they can. You know how cats will get up as high as they can and then stretch and try to get even higher.
Yeah, I mean, Karis, the moment you got in there and until Doll dies down and you shush them into silence, you start to hear it. It's the sound of skittering and scratching, and that primal instinct that the Qatari have kind of like go into places. Your ears kind of start like moving and flexing and hearing it. There's something skittering in the walls, and it moves very quickly because as soon as you like paw up onto something, you can hear it just dart around and move about, and eventually I would say there's like a small like little like vent grate that you finally catch in one of the corners down on the side of the little brass little grate. And for a second, you see something that something with like hair in there, and it seems to be like moving like almost like a spider. But as soon as you kind of like pounce over it, you see this little ball of what looks like hair just wiggle down further and just dive into the vents deeper to get away from you. But you spot this little hairball essentially.
Can I try and do
moving.
something?
Sure. What do you want to try?
I have something called Magic Tether, and it says make a spell casting roll against a target within far range. On a success, they are temporarily. Jesus. On a success, they are temporarily restrained and mark a stress. If you target a flying creature, it brings. That doesn't matter. Can I try to like catch this thing before it gets too far?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me what you need to roll for that.
Okay. It's a knowledge roll.
Sounds like a hairy spider. I don't know if you want to catch.
Yeah.
I have a. Hold on. I have an 18 with fear.
18 with fear.
No, wait, hold on. 21 with fear.
21 with fear.
I forgot to do.
Beautiful. Yeah, you cast the spell, and you're able to grab this little hairball, and you kind of pull it out like you would out of a drain. And you just kind of with your magic just hold this little, and it's a little hairy thing. It looks like, you know, like a hairpiece almost, just a mop of it. But as you kind of bring it closer to you to kind of do that thing that you do, inspect and try to acquire knowledge of it, all of a sudden you see these little teeth that just open up to a little mouth, and it bites you on the hand to let you to have you release it. And as it bites you and you let go, it immediately starts running left and right and finds the drain again, and it goes deep back down and disappears.
Fuck! It bit me! That hairpiece bit me! Did you see that?
I did not. I was down here. You're maybe halfway up the Grand Hall's ceiling.
So sorry. There was a hairpiece and it bit me.
Yes, well, Karis, this really was never my play. I thought I would give you a little something. This seemed like your whole deal. So if you were bit by a hairpiece, it sounds like you've got something to do on the ship. You're welcome. This is a mystery that needs solving, Karis, and you're the only one that can do it.
You're so right. I'm the smartest person aboard here. What am I doing?
Absolute smartest. You need to crawl in the vents and find your hairpiece.
You're so right. Thank you, darling.
Of course, my love.
And I'll just like crawl up and like just do like a cat flip against like one of their horns and then crawl back down.
Oh yes, thank you.
Karis, do you still want to go to the bridge, or are you going to spend the rest of your afternoon locating this little fur ball?
I think being single-minded is a blessing and a curse. And now that they have been given something to focus on, any other plans for the day have evaporated, and they are. If it leads them to the bridge, great, they'll go to the bridge. But right now, there's a hairball that bit them, and they don't want to know what the hell's up with that. So I think they're just like ear down, not even like bipedal anymore, just like full cat down on the ground.
Beautiful. Yeah, you kind of clock where the vents go, and it looks like the vents are heading downwards towards the belly of the ship. So you on all fours eventually just start crawling your way downstairs. You're like pressing your ear up against walls. You're trying to find the source of the skittering and the scratching, and that will be all that you do for the rest of the time. As the rest of you just kind of lounge. Oh,
sorry. I was just going to say, can I try to start mapping at least the ventilation on the ship so that I have like a little mental map of where everything goes in the ship?
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's like pulls out their little notebook. It's this like, I don't know, half book size thick tome that's got like 4 different tabs on it, and they flip to the very back tab and just start aggressively drawing like where they hear it, where the pinpoint is, where all the lines of the ventilation go. Just obsessively like color coding things. Really getting lost in the sauce.
Yeah. Yeah, and the rest of the day and even into the evening as eventually the main hall gets opened up for dinner, and you guys all join the rest of the other passengers that come through as we're kind of working through the night into our next day. There's a lot of various different folks about. There is this Dracona woman who has this beautiful or ornate like head wrap, and she's in this very lavish robe with a long cigarette, and she's enjoying dinner with a human man that looks to be of military wearing military-esque vestiges. There's our honeymooners that are seated at one of the tables together. Nim has joined Staniel for dinner. And there's just a lot of revelry there. One of the main executive staff members who identifies them as Solrig is a fawn person, and he's kind of running around asking you guys for drinks that you might need, all any re-ups on food and whatnot. And the night is just great and awesome. We'll just do a quick little note of what you guys all do in that evening before we kind of push into the later parts of this day. Like Doll, do you perform something for everyone at dinner? What are you up to?
Yeah, so I think that Doll puts on this sort of variety act almost that starts off with a lot of acting. They're like original written pieces about an individual that falls in love with a god and then courts her, and then the things that change about their life through the course of being a mortal loving an immortal. And then following that, they start doing like crowd work and like getting people hyped and passing out drinks and playing host. And I think the whole time he's sort of poking fun at some of the guests there and like calling out who they are. He starts with his people and then branches out, and eventually he'll go, we do have someone very special with us on the ship for just these 3 nights. We have the lovely daughter of Lord Morkback. Can we all welcome them, please? And there's claps all around, and he clinks his glass, and just as a way of commemorating the 2 honeymooners, I'd like to present them with a poem I wrote specifically for their love. And he tries to go for another round of applause too, and he steps up onto a table right across from them and says, there once was a girl born from Morkback whose honeymoon was quite a shock. She rode her man hard in their plush shipyard and made all the guests stop and gawk. Thank you very much. Thank you. And he bows. And that'll end out the performance. But he does his very best to bring everyone into it and to, make it a genuine good time. He plays for a good host more than he does a good performer in any one direction. I think, too, I can do some things with this. Hold on.
Hold on, I'm using Sirenscape. I have continuous applause.
Oh, thank you very much.
There we go. You got some applause now.
And I'll use inspirational words. And I will spend a token to give everyone a hope that heard my words.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, beautiful. Hopes all around.
I'll take it.
Awesome. Gentleman with the thistledown hair, what are you doing just briefly in this evening over dinner,
I think the gentleman becomes a little intrigued by Solrig, I think was their name.
Yeah, Solrig.
When you mentioned that they were fawn, I know that fawns can be found in the Feywild and whatnot, and so I think he might immediately associate them as a possible ticket out of the mortal realm. So I think every time they come around, and when possible, he's probably leaning into the kitchen and just kind of asking them questions, getting to know them a little bit. Where are they from? What if they're from the Feywild? What part? Maybe just trying to get a vibe check from this Solrig.
Yeah, sure. You'll find Solrig tending to the bar at this point, as most of the night is just down to just serving drinks and taking care of any guests. Yeah, he just he greets you. What would you like to drink?
Or do you have any wild fey honey mead?
Actually, we still have a couple bottles. Yeah, let me pour you some.
Excellent. Yes. I think the gentleman is just asking him questions of, who does he serve, and what, just immediately assuming that they're from the Feywild, even though they probably aren't.
I've as he kind of pours your drink, is like, my mother was kind of involved more in the Feywild, but I was kind of born and raised here in Passwell, and just kind of been loafing about a bit, nothing too fancy. Maybe gone on an adventure or two before that, but just making a little bit of coin, hoping to buy a house one day.
There's something so mundane about this that they're saying, could I try to, if they're not going to tell me anything, could I look into the kitchen to see if there's anything that stands out? Or is it a situation where maybe I could even use my experience of having quick hands to see if there's anything in their pockets?
Yeah, if you wanna roll me a finesse roll, if you want to look in their pockets, you're more than willing to try, and then you can add your mod to that for
my experience, quick hands. So that was the hope. So that's 12 with hope.
12 with hope. Yeah, I mean, Solrig kind of turns around because another guest kind of comes off to the side and asks for a bit of brandy, and they go to turn around to grab that bottle, and you use that opportunity to kind of fly over and try to purse through pockets. You don't find much, just pen and paper to kind of keep track of things. Tickets and stuff like that. Very mundane is the word that starts to formulate in your head as this person.
Clearly of the servant cast in the Feywild. So I think unimpressed that they're not even more impressive than Dahl. They'll just return to their table to eat.
Yeah. He turns around and you're sitting back just nice and neat in front of there like nothing happened. And he thanks you along the way. Kind of notice that you didn't tip them, and looks at their tip jar, but says nothing to you. As you return to your table, Staniel, Nim decided to join you for dinner as promised. He's wearing drier clothes now. More of a like a casual, fancy casual or lay down casual for the affair. And he kind of sits with you, and you are not amiss to noticing that any chance that they might have to look over at the honeymooners, Effie and Elena, that he just kind of always, like, when they're giggling or laughing together, they're doing that, but they're always kind of occasionally side-eyeing, like anytime you ask them a question, they're just like, oh, and turn around back at you.
I'm just gonna, like, probably after like the third time it happens, I'm just gonna say, if you're at work, you can be at work. I'm on vacation. So if anything, it's more interesting to hear the sort of tea that you're about to spill. What's going on?
Oh, I'm not working. I'm a guest on this. I'm vacationing. As he takes like a hard drink of their wine. Why'd you think I was a guest?
Oh,
I mean,
I'm
why'd you
sorry.
think I was working?
You were kind of being a hater so intensely. I thought maybe you were getting paid for it, but
I'm not being a hater. What are you
not
talking
true,
about?
Not true. The two over there, I see you looking at them. Is this a love thing? Is this about love or money? Or do you want one of them to die? Because I came here, I didn't come here to kill anyone, but I could kill someone, and it would make me feel better if it perhaps made you feel better.
I don't want anyone to die. I'm happy. I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they found love and that they're loving each other and they're doing all that love stuff. And he goes in and tries to drink from an empty wine glass, forgetting that he drank it all in the last opportunity. And he looks at it and realizes his glass is fine. I'm here to just relax and have fun with my friends who invited me on this. Yeah.
Nim, I'm gonna order 2 more drinks. Nim, honey, sweetie, you're not having fun.
What do you mean? He like immediately grabs the drink off the thing and downs it. I'm having so much fun. This is me having fun.
Maybe you'd be having more fun if you were murdering.
You
Okay.
can roll me a presence if you're trying to press him.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's going on.
yeah.
Look into their little heart.
I love that nothing has happened
Yeah, roll
and
me
yet
a
we're
presence.
already
Here.
trying to find a person.
We're solving a murder that hasn't happened yet.
Something that hasn't even happened. Yeah,
This is what
you
it would be like if we went on vacation.
you just kind of keep staring down Nim, as like Nim is now avoiding eye contact with you, but every time they look back to you, they just see just this overbearing stare. And they just finally just like down the rest of it. And they look at you and they're just like, listen. Elena and I, we go back, way back. We've been childhood friends. We've known each other for a long time, and I've grown attached to Elena over the years, and I thought we had a good thing going. And then Effie came along, and Effie's sweet. Effie's nice, but and he just kind of like looks back at them.
Effie's not you, Nim.
Effie's not me, Staniel. As he looks back at you, and there's just like in the corners of their eye, just a little bit of tears forming. Why couldn't it be me,
And
Staniel?
they do the same routine they have for Karis, which is to pick them up and hug them. Yes, I see. Is this friendship or love, Nim?
Yeah, a bit. I don't even know why they invited. I don't even know why they invited me. Like they could have just left me back. I mean, maybe am I stupid to have come along?
No.
I think in the background of this pathetic little hug doll is like,
Wanna know
claps
the
for the
best way to
happy
stop-
couple, for the honeymooners, kiss for us,
Yeah, and
kiss
everybody
for us.
Everybody in the background is just cheering and elating as
I've never
Effie and Elena
seen
take
so
a
much
kiss.
love. Oh, they're in love, folks. Unbreakable, unavowable. They will be together forever.
Stan, you can feel the shaking shoulders of Daniel as you hold them, as they're like just not trying to sob, but the shaking shoulders just keeps going.
God forbid anyone try and get between these two. They'll
seems like you're on a
die.
tricycle that won't stop.
It could have been me.
You know how to stop a tricycle that won't stop him.
I don't know how. Karis.
I hold them very close. I hold.
Karis, as Daniel is holding on, Karis, what are you up to amongst this? You've been spending most of the day.
Mission Impossible over here in the vents.
I think Karis is genuinely in the vents. I don't think Karis has eaten any kind of dinner. I think Karis is in the vents.
So we went from a scratching noise to like a full cat person running around in the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Karis.
So sorry.
No, you're fine. That's fine. That works for me. You've been scouring the halls, and you can hear the revelry of the main hall in the distance, and knowing that was probably what you should be doing, as this is a vacation, as many have told you is supposed to be. But
remembering the lessons from Doll, every time there's a cheer, they go, "Yay! Wonderful! Happy!" and then keep going.
You follow, and occasionally as you go about, you do find and hear that scritching and scratching, but to no avail. To no avail to you, to find it. But eventually you get down into the guest quarters, and as you're walking by one of the rooms, you hear some just bumping and moving and rustling, and you hear like a voice going on inside that room, and and then you hear like footsteps like going back and forth behind the room. It sounds like somebody is doing something very egregiously loud as you're passing by. And you might even hear the occasional scritch and scratch that seems familiar, but you're not sure because it's behind a door.
I would like to adjust my appearance. I have an ability that says you can magically shift your appearance and clothing to avoid recognition. I would like to adjust my appearance to the Captain Luxbottom and knock on the door.
Everything all right in there? There is a moment in which you just hear a bunch of just at the suddenness of the voice and the knock, just running around for a moment, just like, oh fuck, the door doesn't open all the way because there's a chain on the door that kind of keeps it from fully open, and you just see like through there just the eye an individual, just this green eye of a furbolg looking person, and they look at you and say, "Oh, Captain, hi, hello, everything's fine. Oh, ahoy. Everything's fine. I just tripped over my. Oh, I accidentally. I don't quite have my sea legs. And I tripped over my trunk. Nothing to worry about. Everything's fine."
Can I look behind them into the room, and look for the fucking hairball?
Yeah. Roll me an instinct.
Right.
It's not often a cat chases after its hairball.
I'm gonna use another hope to add single-minded once again. 13 with fear.
13 with fear. It's fairly dark in that room, and it's not a situation where as you kind of like try to peer over, and you've had to kind of shrink your appearance down because compared to you, Captain Luxbottom is a much smaller individual. And you don't seem to be able to like see past them. I assure you, Captain, everything's fine. I'm just a clumsy individual, and I will pick up everything that I knocked over. And
I can help you with that, and I'm gonna try and push my way in.
And you try to push in, but the person is pushing back. Really, Captain, I am a-okay, okie dokie. I will be out in the main hall, out the main hall soon.
Well, what kind of captain wouldn't I be if I didn't offer you 5-star service to help in anything you need?
Captain, I am fine. Please. And then eventually he slams the door, in your face.
Shift back.
Fuck! Alright. That stupid fucking handle's in there.
Are there any vents that I can see that I can scramble into to try and get a better view?
Vents. Yeah, I mean there are vents around. I don't know if there's big enough for you to fit in, but there are vents that you can at least look through.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and just like I want to try and put my ear up to it and see if I can hear anything else, or like even just at like the keyhole, just aggressively listening.
Yeah, I mean as you're putting your ear to the wall, I'll say like you can't hear distinct words, but you do just hear just this verbal individual just like continuing to like shuffle things around, and murmuring things to themselves in a panic kind of way, and is just trying to just keep moving things about, like they're shifting furniture and moving things about. But you do clock the number on the door of this cabin. It's cabin number 5.
Okay. Beautiful. I would like to do something potentially ill-advised.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. What?
I would like to scamper my way up to the bridge and throw myself through the door dramatically.
Captain, there's something wrong in cabin 5!
Try to channel doll as much as I can.
Hell yeah.
Roll me presence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, William Body Doll.
That's a 12 with fear.
Adding fear to mine.
Someone needs help!
You open the door, and as you open the door kicks back against the wall, so it goes out loud, and then it swings immediately back and smacks you in the face before it slowly reopens again. And by then, the captain looks like he was writing a letter of some kind, but has shifted the papers out of your way. Jesus, you startled me. What are you saying?
There's I can't see out of one eye right now. Oh, it's
You got a
fine.
mark on your forehead.
Captain! And they shake their head. There's something terribly wrong in cabin 5.
Something wrong? What do you mean?
There was clatter and kerfuffle. Captain, please, someone needs help.
Are you sure just revelries aren't happening?
What kind of revelry? It didn't sound fun, it sounded violent.
You don't know what revelries are?
Of course I know what revelries are.
My friend, you seem very tense, very nervous. I understand it sounds like being on a ship seems to be difficult for an individual such as yourself.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I have been on the seas for quite some time, and I know that, not everyone is accustomed to being out at sea, and it can make one tense and nervous.
I'm not tense, I'm fine. Everything's fine, I'm doing great. Dol said to say I'm doing great.
Yes. Have you had an opportunity to eat? Have maybe a drink, perhaps? Unwind?
No, there's a noise.
Ships always have noise, my friend. It just... I would suggest you going back to the main hall and have some dinner, have some free drinks, maybe. And if the noises persist, then maybe we might look into it a little bit more. But any boat is going to make noise. People are going to shift about their cabins. These are normal things.
Normal. Yes.
And they kind of squint their already squinty eyes.
Right. Normal, absolutely. You fool.
And they turn and walk away.
I hope that there is
Stalking
no
back down.
murder ever. We just spend the entire time paranoid.
We're never going to get to the murder.
This is gonna be so good if we're just scared.
Amazing. Karis, do you go back to the main hall, or are you going to continue to investigate for the rest of the evening?
I think Karis is, oh man. Karis is I think the single-mindedness has led way to a little bit of paranoia, and the only kind of remedy they have to that paranoia is the comfort of the only people they know. So I think they're gonna start making their way back toward the group in the hopes of finding someone who will listen to them.
Sure. You definitely have some time to mention all of this to your compatriots as the night kind of goes on, and as the evening kind of stretches into the late parts, as people start to dwindle back to their cabins full of food, full of drink and merriness, and eventually you guys do as well, as you guys start to make your way to your suite to lay down and sleep for the evening, as the SS Luxbottom continues. Roll me a instinct check.
Okay.
As you guys are in bed sleeping in the wee hours of the morning.
A 22 with hope.
8 with
19
fear.
with hope.
11 with fear.
I'm sorry, Zach and Serge, you guys kind of talked over each other. What were yours?
Go for it, Zach.
18 with hope.
And I have an 8 with fear.
8 with fear. The only ones who pick up on this, it would be Dahl and Staniel. Through at some point in the middle of the night, there's just this loud metallic thonk that kind of happens, and it's a little bit enough to kind of stir you. It doesn't sound dangerous. It just sounds like but loud enough to at least wake you up.
I think that Doll does that Scooby-Doo thing where they get spooked and then like sort of latch on to Staniel's big buff body, sort of suspending onto the chest. Did you hear that?
I'm already moving towards the sound. Yeah. What direction is the thought coming?
It's off in the distance. It's hard to kind of locate where the sound is. If you were to kind of open up your door and like look left and right, you don't see anything, and there's no indication of like danger. Could have been just the sound of the ship creaking, and whatnot, but nobody else seems to have gotten up, or no other person kind of peeks their head out of their rooms like you are. And you wait a few moments and everything is quiet.
I'm gonna look at Doll. I will be right back.
You're leaving? You're leaving us?
I'm gonna go check.
Just
Do you want to
alone?
come with me?
Yes, of course. I don't want to die.
I haven't been sleeping, so I'll
that's
get up too.
fine. I have to.
The gentleman with the thistle down hair.
Okay, this was going to be stealthy.
I go over and I like.
Stealthy, I'm the one person you want here then.
I push Karis off the bed. Wake up!
What?
We heard something. We're going to go investigate.
Excellent. I'll follow.
Oh God.
Yeah, you all wander the halls as quietly as you can. You go up to the deck. You guys go past the main hall, the lounge, all of the main notable places, and you don't really clock anything. There you can't. The source of the thonking never happens.
It's the fucking
And-
hairball again.
But as you guys walk
Wow.
around, it's quiet and everybody's asleep.
Well, everyone is asleep. It would be a good time for a prank.
What are you thinking, gentlemen with the thistle down hair?
Well, I was thinking how much everyone enjoyed dinner. It'd be really funny if they didn't enjoy breakfast. Maybe a little bit of salt, too much salt in their eggs, or some sugar in their something that's salty.
Oh, good. Let's go break into the kitchen.
Everyone on board?
Okay.
Or
okay,
everyone
okay,
can also
okay,
take
fine.
on a prank?
I don't want to be left behind, sure.
Yeah, I think we'll make our way over to the kitchen, and I'll see if I can kind of mix up ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast and just make it so much worse.
Sure.
We're GM.
Sure. Scrolls through the module. Yeah, the kitchen is empty. The kitchen is has been kind of shut down for the night. None of the food has been quite like prepped yet. Outside of maybe some trays of like vegetables that were pre-made, there are a bunch of eggs there. uncracked, has not been mixed or whatnot, but it's quiet in there, and you can see racks of various bottles of wine and other alcohols and all sorts of stuff.
I'm just gonna do the kind of the basics of like switching salt with sugar and maybe you know, I don't know, red wine vinegar with regular red wine and a couple silly things like that.
I'll help by freezing all of any like pancake batter. I'll just freeze it solid.
Nice.
I think that Doll just starts pouring glasses
Eddie.
for everyone and like sort of just surveying the chaos, but making sure that everyone's well sauced while it happens.
Any seafood that's still alive, I'm just going to start throwing it overboard.
Be free!
Yes.
Fucking chaos. Fucking chaos.
Suddenly, of
Beautiful.
course.
Oh. Yeah. Doll, you pour some fancy red wine. There seems to be only like a couple bottles of it, so you grab. It must be one of the more expensive bottles. So you make sure that you at least get around for all of you. And yeah, you all succeed in the endeavors in which you set some of the seafood free, freeze and batter.
All this pranking has made me at last sleepy. I'm ready for bed if you are.
I don't know if I'm going to sleep after that noise, but oh God, I guess we'll give it a try. I guess
what
I'll
did it
need
even
all of
sound
you
like?
to come back and comfort me. It was like a metallic thud, and I think Doll will do his absolute best to like perfectly replicate the noise, the best like mockingbird interpretation he can do.
Bonk.
We hear dunks all the time. It's fine.
No.
We're on a boat.
This was a different dunk. It woke me up. Nothing ever wakes me up, especially not when we're in the pile. I don't know. It felt different. It felt new. It felt like destiny.
Was it like the hairball?
It was different than the hairball, much larger.
All right.
But
what if the
could very
hairball grew?
well.
What if it's larger now? It's got weapons.
So, Karis, you're sort of going away with it again. You're very good at this. Need you to rein it back in.
Right. It's a ship noise.
A little too far to normal, but we'll take it.
Normal. What's the happy medium you're looking for?
We don't know what it is, but I'd like to.
We don't know what it is, but I have to find it now.
Okay, we'll take it. It's a win.
Okay.
All right. You guys head back to bed and get back to
Cuddle. Yes.
get back to the cuddle puddle, and you guys drift off back to sleep as no other things bother you or cause you worry. And the next time you guys hear any noise, there's a gentle knocking on your cabin door, and
They jump up and put their claws immediately into whatever is underneath them.
Old.
I think Doll will go to the door and is wearing this very elaborate, like, sleeping gown that is like 6 different layers of lace, and will open the door.
Yeah, you open the door and it's Solrig, the fawn. He as the door opens, he just gives you a nice wide smile, and says, "Hi, good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Actually, I wanted to check in on you all, as it seems that you've kind of slept through the morning and kind of into the afternoon, While there was a bit of delay in breakfast today because some mishaps in the kitchen, I just wanted to let you know that probably in the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be serving lunch, and it will be the luncheon with the captain. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys were up and atoms and at least get a good meal in today.
A good lunch, a good seafood lunch, seafood for everyone. It kind of makes a yeah. We will have something of some sort for lunch. It'll be good.
Well,
But the captain
I hope
expects...
we crack a bottle of wine.
Yeah. He kind of like
And that it's
tilts his
ice
head a little
cold.
bit. Right. Yeah. There will be wine and
Listen,
refreshments.
Solrig, if you wanted to come back and flirt with the gentleman with thistledown hair, all you had to do was say that. We're very open people. We're not hiding anyone. This is not closed in any particular way. The gentleman with the thistledown hair, come see your new paramour.
So,
Oh, you're a new suitor. Fantastic. Congratulations.
I'm not sure what this is, to be frank. I am just doing my job. Part of my job is to make sure that part of my job is just to make sure those who didn't
you're doing
come
your
up
job,
for.
aren't you?
Yes, that is exactly what I said. Interesting. Well, great. I have to go back to the kitchen to make sure that. Yes, quite a job that I unfortunately do not get paid enough for. So I am going to go back to the kitchen because I do need to get luncheon readies. But please, there's some other activities that are being finished up on the deck if you want to go and participate. But I will see you for lunch later.
when
Turns
they
around,
leave,
starts walking.
yeah, when they leave, the gentleman is like, I never sleep in. There is no way that it is late afternoon. They must be wrong.
What if we were poisoned?
What if we were poisoned? With sleep?
Sleep
We
poison.
stayed up all night, throwing seafood into the ocean and switching salt and wine.
I hate to say this, but I think this one might actually be on us.
We've never been responsible for our own
Just this
downfall
time.
before. That's
No.
foolish.
No. We didn't do anything wrong. We just were the ones who did it.
I don't follow that logic, and I'm really trying to.
That's okay, Garrus.
All right, that may be not something I understand. Maybe this is like an emotional thing, and I'm more of a logical being.
Well, we've missed the most exciting part of which was going to be the morning, watching everyone eat their terrible breakfast. So I guess we just make the best of it.
Let's go mingle.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
You guys
and then
can-
I fill them in on Nim being a hater also
Really?
on the way to breakfast.
A jilted lover aboard.
So quarrelsome.
Yes. That's my entertainment.
Yeah, you guys go onto the deck, and as previously mentioned, various amounts of the passengers are enjoying some opportunities to sunbathe, including the Dracona woman that I had mentioned. She's in a very beautiful, like, striped bathing suits and just kind of soaking in the sun with a big floppy hat, similar to Staniel. The other one is the military-esque individual. He's out there playing shooting games, as you guys can see, like flocks of birds flying ahead as he kind of pulls out a rifle and follows and trails and takes a shot of it at them. And the couple is out there enjoying some time in the water. Nim's out there just sulking in another lounge chair like yesterday. Tons of people to peruse and mingle. Karis, you clock the Furbolg individual that you had snooped upon. They are kind of not too far away from the person shooting, but just looking out at the views of the flaming aisles that seem to grow closer and closer as you guys continue to traverse that direction. Just we'll quickly go through this little afternoon before we get into lunch. Is there anybody you want to particularly talk to really quick?
I think the gentleman does want to get to know what the Draconan woman, her reason for going to the aisles, the flaming aisles.
Beautiful. Yeah, you come by to her as she has some very big sunglasses over her face, and as you kind of approach, she eventually kind of tilts them down a bit to take you in, and she kind of puts out her hand just like lavishly so that you can take it, and she's like, Madame Lepore, beautiful to see you. You look so lovely. I love that little suit. It kind of matches mine, as you guys are kind of wearing similar striped outfits. And if you're asking what she's doing here, she's like, oh, I enjoy traveling to the Flaming Isles. The Flaming Isles is one of my favorite destinations. I actually own a bunch of spas and businesses and whatnot. So there's a little bit of business and pleasure going on today, going on from this particular trip for me. I'm hoping to open establishment in the Flaming Isles very, very soon. So I'm about to look over some prime real estate on the beachfront for a new spa. Do you spa? Do you spa? Do you like to spa?
Yes, I love to spa.
Oh, here. And she goes down to like this little this bag that she has, and she kind of rummages through it, and she pulls out this like bag of salts, and she hands it to you. You take this for your next bath, especially if you're going to be out here in this drying heat. Put the whole bag in, fill the tub up all the way, soak in it. I trust you. Trust me when I say this. You will feel like a new Fae. I guarantee it.
I love it. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful gift for a king of the Fae.
Oh, a king of the Fae. I didn't realize that I was amongst royalty. Well, it's beautiful to see. Any chance your royalness is interested in perhaps, does your eminence do business by chance? I'm always looking for those who would like to sponsor a bit of coin towards my establishments and whatnot, and a king's referral would be
yes, I'm well versed in business. Allow me to make our first transaction, and I'll hand back the salt and be like, please use this in your business. Do we have a deal?
She puts on this very wide smile, and as a Dracona, very sharp teeth, and she says, sure, yes, that seems reasonable.
Excellent.
Yes.
Naturally, you'll give me and my friends the VIP treatment when we go to your spas.
I'm sure I can rustle up something grand for you and your friends if you do ever come by my establishments.
Yeah, I think he'll probably, spend the rest of the day by the pool near her and annoying her once in a while, asking questions and whatnot. But
yeah, she'd be giving you like dirty ass looks throughout the rest of the day, or tries to ignore you the best as possible. Staniel, what are you doing this morning?
I think I'm snooping on the newlyweds, the honeymoon couple, a little bit.
Sure.
For my boy Nim.
Yes.
I kind of just ear hustling for them.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, nothing really comes to it. They're jumping in the pool. They're enjoying their day, their evening, their morning. You know, they're splashing about. They're embracing each other while they're in the pool. They sneak the occasional kiss where they can. And you just notice all you see of them is just wholehearted, beautiful love between these two elven women. Doll, what are you doing?
I think that Doll is playing host again and just kind of floating around to each of the parties that are left over on the ship here. I think he'll take some special notice of the military guard individual and maybe try and suss out what they're about and bring them a drink. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed breakfast, even with the debacle going around the ship.
Oh, yes. Breakfast, was all right, I would say. I've had better breakfasts, but, I can't quite complain. Care for a round of shooting?
Me? Absolutely. I love guns.
Have you, he kind of looks you up, you've fired a gun before?
Oh, my love, look at me. Do you think I fired anything in my life? But you can teach me. That's what this is all about.
Oh, I guess I can. I haven't had anyone take a bite. I was hoping to play a more gentlemanly sport with coin, but I can show you how to fire a gun.
Well,
Sure.
If there's anything they say about me, I'm always willing to take a bite. And I think Doll will sort of get in front of them. This is Patrick Swayze ghost level. Like he's trying to initiate the first date, teach me how to bowl thing.
Yeah.
So I don't think I caught your name. And Doll is like fully draped in them now.
I was about to ask you the same thing, but I recall you from dinner last night. Very, very good show you put on. I'm
Thank
Lieutenant Dijon.
Like the mustard?
Like the mustard. Yes, my family comes from a long line of
mustard?
Mustard.
It's so
Yes.
good to meet you.
Now I'm looking up everybody that's in Clue.
Oh, it's Colonel Mustard.
That's it.
What was Dijon's title? Is he a lieutenant?
He's a lieutenant.
Lieutenant Dijon.
Lieutenant Dijon. Oh my god. Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
make the names. The names came with the game. Yeah, and he takes.
I love mustard. It's my
Yes.
favorite.
What did we say was the name of the Draconan woman?
Her name
It
is
was-
Madame Lepore.
Madame Lepore.
I'm trying to think of. I just directed Clue this year. I should have known. Captain Luxbottom, Lord Morkback.
Yeah, he stands behind you with the rifle, and he kind of points the gun out, and he says the key to being excellent at a shot is always being vigilant, right? Not just where you're aiming, but where your target is going to end up as he kind of like gently holds the sides of your hands and stuff as he follows. And then he goes there, and he pulls the trigger. And as he pulls the trigger, you see this like flock of birds come by, and it doesn't seem like he was targeting them at all. But as that bird kind of like falls into the trajectory, it pierces the bird, and you hear a squawk, and the bird just falls out of the sky.
I think Doll has just a very dramatic and falls back into the hold and everything. He's got this very foppish, dainty hold on the rifle to begin with, but like uses the moment to make lieutenant feel much bigger and more powerful than he is.
Yeah, as you kind of brush up against him, you get this very herbal scent coming from him, as you do. Yes, it definitely has a bit of kick to it. Apologies, I didn't mention that. Sometimes I don't remember my own strength.
Clearly. Well, let me take a crack at it. And I think that a very poor hold on that rifle, but Dahl is trying to take it out of his hands there and try and take a shot at these birds himself.
Sure, yeah. Roll me a knowledge check to see if you're able to follow through with the instruction that this lieutenant gave you.
In 11 with hope.
11 with hope.
Yeah.
You're able you're able to pop off and you get a kick into your chest from just the sheer power of this rifle. You don't hit anything, but you've at least acquired the general understanding of how to fire a weapon.
Right. How did I do?
I think with a bit of practice, you could be a wonderful shot.
Are you saying you would like to practice on me, Lieutenant DeJean?
I mean, we could continue to practice if that's what you want.
I would adore some private lessons.
Yeah, and you guys will continue on practicing on the deck, firing off that gun. Karis, what are you doing this morning?
I think Karis sidles up to that that furbolg and just kind of stands next to them. And not knowing any other way to start a conversation, goes, "Noises on a ship. Am I right?"
What? Looks around, looks down. Noises on the ship.
Ships make noise. They do. Ships
That
make
is
so much noise.
That is a very interesting observation. Yes, ships do make noises. Hello? Hi?
Hi.
Artemis Fido. And puts out a hand to shake yours.
Oh, yes. Karis, Karis of the Blackwell Academy?
Ah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Sure.
you. What noises have you heard on the ship?
I mean, creaking? Boats creak and stuff. The, metal and stuff moves with temperature, so sometimes it expands and then at night it contracts when it gets colder.
Contracts and expands with heat. I'm not a fool.
Not saying that you. Whoa! Not saying that you are a fool. You were just asking me if I heard any noises, and I'm telling you the things that I've observed. Are you okay?
I slept last night. What did you do?
I also was sleeping last night. What?
Were you a restful sleeper? Did anything wake you?
Can't say that it did.
Excellent. I'm so happy to hear it.
Right. I'm going to go and get a drink because I am not sauced enough for whatever this is.
I'm also quite thirsty. I'll accompany you.
Okay. Sure. Karis.
Can I over their person and see if I notice anything like the furball, the hairball?
Yeah, roll me roll me a roll me an instinct to look things over.
With I forgot which one was my hope and which one was my fear.
I hate when that happens.
Hold on, let me fear. Let me roll it again. Well, that one's gone. 17 with hope.
17 with hope. Yeah, I mean, you kind of allow Artemis to go ahead of you, and you kind of start looking about his coat. You do find some few stray hairs around the pocket of the outer part of his coat.
On the pocket of his coat.
Yeah. But before you are able to react to this, you hear the bells go off as there is as it's a signal for you that lunch is being served and to call folks to the main hall to eat. And you guys are kind of ushered back to the main hall, to the various tables and seats. Nim joins you, Staniel, as they found kinship in your understanding of their secret, and even kind of whispers over. It's just all night, just bumping and throwing. All. What am I supposed to do, Staniel?
I think we might have heard some of that, actually. Just one sort of hurrah at the end. That's unfortunate. Are you in the room with them while this is happening?
No, I'm in the suite next door. I have my own suite. But there wasn't that loud. Like what kind of thonking? Like, it was just like bumping, like poof, poof, poof.
It's like one good sort of crescendo, like, oh.
When was that?
You know what I mean? At the end. Maybe in the middle. I don't know. It was in the middle of the night.
I don't recall that. Kind of like early morning. I mean, I eventually went to sleep, but I didn't hear anything loud enough to wake me like that.
Well, we investigated, couldn't find anything. We assumed it was just guests. But if it wasn't those people, then well, Nim, right? Nim, I need
Yes.
you tonight to record the exact time that they start enjoying one another and the exact moment in which they stop, and perhaps any sort of sound recording in the process. Just to make sure.
You want me to? I guess I could do that. Try to like chokes up a little bit.
Thank you.
If that's what you need. I
Thank
guess I
you.
could.
I think it'll be good for everyone on board. Yes. Yes. And unfortunately, I was trying to find a hole in their relationship and I couldn't find one. I think they are in love, so you might have to wait this one out. Or take a wheel off that tricycle, you know what I mean? Could be a bicycle.
Just not ready to not be a tricycle.
Maybe talk to them about everyone knowing that it's a tricycle.
Maybe when we get to the island.
Until then, please record when they have sex immediately.
He just starts to purse and just like nods, making like a little whiny noise at the idea of having to keep a record of that. But by then, you guys can see there's a head table that was kind of added to the main hall, and there are 3 chairs that are there, and there are two. When you guys had initially arrived, there was two people already had seated at the head table. One being Captain Luxbottom, and another ribbit that is wearing formal clothes, a bit more aloof than the captain, who kind of like is like greeting people, saying hello, doing their thing. But once everybody kind of fills in and whatnot, he finally kind of like clinks his glass, and in the meantime, as he's kind of doing that, like, what was that? Should we wait? In the meantime, while that's happening, Solrig and other staff are kind of walking around, placing down like plates of like melons, filling glasses of with wine, including that head table, and eventually the captain kind of ting 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 tings their glass to get everybody's attention, and the hall kind of grows silent. The captain kind of takes a step onto their chair to kind of give them as much height as possible, and he looks about at all the folks, and begins to just kind of offer up a speech, and he goes, "My lords and ladies, gentlefolk, thank you all for joining us on this very special Luxbottom cruise. And I must say that in my 100 years of service aboard this, I have never seen such wonderful collection of guests. We have young love, as he kind of gestures to Effie and Yelena. Distinguished servicemen, and he points to Lieutenant Dejan, and folks of all forms of high society, as he points to Madame Lepore, and even world-class adventurers and performers and entertainers, as he points to the party, to Nim, to Artemis, and to Solrig. And if this were my last trip ever, it's safe to say that I would die a very happy ribbit. So to you all, good health, as he raises his glass, and everybody around you raises theirs, and everybody begins to take a drink.
Do we?
And yeah,
trust it.
If you want to, you can take a drink if you would like. The captain begins to drink his wine, and he drinks it all the way down to the bottom of it. And there's just a moment where he looks at everybody who's taking and attending that toast. They take he kind of like nods and smiles, but eventually that smile starts to turn slightly into a frown as the captain begins to kind of cough a bit and excuse me, and eventually turns into heavier coughing, and before long he starts almost gasping for air, for breath, trying to breathe, and then he just slams his head down into the plate of melons in front of him.
The captain must be quite hungry.
And you can see, like, you can see Madame Lepore, like, growing gravely concerned, and the ribbit next to them kind of starts shaking the captain, and he's like, you can hear him a little bit louder. Come on, Dad, that's not funny. That's not funny at all, Dad. And then Lieutenant Dijon gets up from his seat and makes a hard beeline to the captain, and he starts assessing the situation. And he's like, he starts to like turn a very grave expression, and looks up, and I think he might be. I think he's dead. And everybody starts to look panicked and concerned. Lepore screams out, and other passengers begin to look gravely concerned about what is happening and what is going on. And it starts to cause quite a commotion as the staff begins to try to placate people and assure that everything is okay. And
I think I'll turn to the others and just be like, "This is a very strange form of entertainment. Do we really think this is happening?"
I never really took the captain for a performer, but this is absolutely gifted. If this is a piece, it's a little ghost, a little camp, but very good.
It's a good thing we've been incredibly paranoid this entire trip. We're ready for it.
And you see the lieutenant. He goes to the glass wine, and he kind of like sniffs and smells the glass, and he's like, I think the captain might have been poisoned. The wine, you see other patrons spitting like the wine because everybody was pretty much given the same thing, and he states this: he didn't just die; he was murdered. Somebody on this ship murdered the captain.
As soon as Dahl hears the wine was poisoned, he looks over to the gentleman and goes, "The gentleman with the thistledown hair. That wasn't us, was it?"
I assure you, I would never poison anyone. Maybe make them ill and poop their pants, but that's it.
Because we were in the kitchen last night. This is going to look very bad for us.
Nobody
Well, it's
knows.
very... What'd you say, Karis?
No one knew we were in there. It's fine.
No one knows except us, so as long as we don't participate in finding out who murdered this person, we'll be fine.
Wait, did you say you said you'd kill someone? Staniel.
Staniel is not with us. Oh, yeah, they are here. Hold on. Let me add them to the OBS.
We can see Stan. Oh, that's right.
The audience can't, but they will in a sec. All right, Stan, you're with us.
Okay, so I did say that I did come here to kill someone. I haven't, but I did tell that to him.
And the chef did come to visit us this morning. We have to dissuade all thoughts that we might have killed this man.
While I won't participate in a mystery solve, I will participate in keeping us from going to jail or getting our heads cut off.
Good.
Good.
Yeah, Solary kind of starts to speak up and then say, folks, if we could have all of the passengers please return to your cabins and whatnot, clear this area so we can get to the bottom of this.
Dahl stands up on a table at the request of that and says, I do not think so. I have read enough mystery novels to know that the second that we all leave this room, more murder is capable. I say we lock and shut all of these doors, we remain in this room, and we investigate immediately as a group. One of us in this room is a murderer, and I'm going to find out who it is immediately.
The gentleman just screams for no reason.
People are the fact that notion has been made is starting to make everybody, other passengers who are on this cruise, very and completely nervous as people are starting to absolutely panic. And Solrig is trying to keep everybody calm, and I'm saying, no, please go to your cabins. Everything will be fine. Everything is okay. We don't
That's
even
exactly
really
what
know
the murderer would say.
Please, and it's enough to start shuffling people to their cabins as Effie and Yelena start heading that way, as the lieutenant, as Artemis, as Madame Lepore, and all start to clear the room and head that direction.
Under the cover of all of this, is there a way Karis could have gone up to try and look in the cup and see if there's like residue or any kind of like specific smell?
Roll me a knowledge roll to just see what you can deduce.
Would I be able to use my my experiences, either well read or question everything?
Yeah, you should be able to do that.
Okay. All right. Oh, all right. Goodbye. That's a 34. Oh.
Whoa.
A 34?
Wow.
Shit.
Damn.
Sorry, 1 second. Looking for...
There's one thing they're good at, and one thing only.
Mainly because I need to start expending some of these spheres that you guys have collected. You go to look for that glass to try to find the it to take an opportunity to smell it. But in the heat of this commotion and all that is going on, when you get back to the table, the glassware is nowhere to be found. As people are shuffling out and clearing the way and clearing the area, you're able to kind of there are still like other glasses there, and you like go to smell like the red other glass of wine there. There's no residue smell in there. You check the melons that are in the plate, and everything is everything checks out. You take a nibble. There's nothing poisonous about the melons, so the fruit was fine. But yeah, no second glassware that was put on the table. The captain's cup is missing.
Can I look at the captain and just see if there's like residue or anything?
I mean, there is indications on his mouth of just like darkening. I mean, he literally just died. You can smell more of wine than anything else, but nothing that gives off residue, but indications of poison.
Okay. I'll take one last look around, and all the people that have been closest to him note who was closest, and then scamper back to our friends.
Yeah. The young Ribbit, Solrig, and the lieutenant were the ones who were the closest to them, as they were the ones at the table. But through all the commotion, especially when Dahl was out there claiming that it was a murder and stuff like that, various people had kind of run and moved about through this hall in the heat of things. But by the time you kind of do your initial snooping, everything has kind of died down, and you guys are the remaining few as other staff members are imploring you to return to your cabins and to vacate at least the crime scene.
Well, I suggest to make sure that nobody suspects it's us, we should begin spying on others and who we have our assumptions about. I have my assumptions about Soul Rig, so maybe I can sneak after them and see what they get up to. Maybe they have the glass that we're missing. If you all want to choose some folks.
Sure. Soul Rig is one. We can.
I can look at the sun.
I can
Okay.
discuss
Likely
with
suspect.
Lieutenant Dijon.
Okay.
Sorry, who else is left?
Everybody's kind of moved back to their cabins. So nobody is left here physically. But if there's anybody you would like to talk to, you can. There are members of staff. There's several of the folks that you have mentioned and heard from.
What about your jilted lover, Stan?
I was going to say, I think if Nim is still around, I'm gonna just stick with them.
Nim was kind of ushered, like the rest of the folks, to their cabin. So you can definitely go visit Nim at their cabin suite if that's what you would like to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Who do we start off with? Let's start off with the gentleman. You wanted to talk to, or you wanted to go to Soul Rig's
Yeah,
cabin.
I mostly want to follow Soul Rig around. I'm a rogue, so while you're out of sight from your foes, you can mark a stress as usual to become hidden, which I will. I'll add some stress to become hidden, giving disadvantage to all rolls against you. As a rogue, when you're hidden, targets also can't see you. And then I also have this Nightwalker subclass, Shadow Stepper. You can move from shadow to shadow when you step into the shadow, cast by another creature or object. So I'm gonna try to like jump shadows, and when I get close enough to Soul Rig, jump into their shadow and just kind of follow them around for a while and kind of see what they get up to.
Sure, yeah, you do that. Given the commotion and stuff like that, it's easy to kind of mask your abilities to move, and you follow Solrig, and he goes once he gets everybody to clear out of the main hall. He makes his way towards the kitchen, and he with the some of the staff there, he kind of starts talking to them and says. Start plating up the food. We're going to have to be feeding everybody their meals in their cabins today. That way, at least people can be fed while we're sorting this out, since nobody's going to be having lunch really. So let's start making those preparations and then start slowly getting that all sorted. He generally seems to he sticks in the kitchen. He starts assisting with plating those foods and putting things together so that he can start getting those runs being sent down by other staff members. He's stirring a pot of tomato soup at the moment.
I have no idea what to do. I'm gonna throw it to somebody else if you guys have any ideas about how to proceed.
Sure, yeah. Staniel, during all of this commotion and stuff like that, when you kind of turned around, once everybody started to get into a panic, Nim kind of disappeared, you head to their cabin, and you and as you go and like knock on the door, as you knock on that door, the door kind of starts to creak open, and you kind of just like in a general glance looking around, you notice that nobody's home, that Nim never made it back to their cabin. Roll me an instinct roll to check on what you see.
That is a 12 with hope.
12 with hope. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Actually, can I'd like to change. I'd like to use a beast form, if that's cool.
Sure. Yeah. What you shifting to?
I think I want to be a fox.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm going to be a coyote because I want to try to track Nim.
Sure. So are you not going to investigate the room and you're just going to go look for Nim, or are you checking the room out first before you start looking for Nim?
Checking the room out first and then following the scent out for Nim.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you get into the room, and once you realize that Nim's not in there, that's when you shift your beast form, and you turn into a coyote, much bigger than most coyotes, given that you're already just a unit of an individual, and you start to kind of start sniffing around, trying to catch Nim's scent, and use that as your source of trying to figure out where Nim wandered off to. And as you are sniffing about and going through things, you go and you go by some of like Nim's belongings, and under like a shirt or two, you notice one of the bottles of wine. The fancier bottles of wine, and when you guys went out to the kitchen last night, you had seen like 3 bottles which looked to be a part of a set of 4. So it matches the right label, the right markings on it, as one of those bottles of wine. And you
can I smell the wine?
Yeah.
Does it smell weird?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or anything?
Yeah, you sniff it. It's a very good vintage. It smells fancy and of high quality, but you don't smell anything that you, especially being a druid, that would come off as poisonous.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But you finally, in the process of smelling all of Nim's belongings, can kind of pick up the scent. And you start to head out the door, and it's not far before you find it, as the scent immediately leads to the honeymoon suite. And you get to the closed door, and you're sniffing at the bottom of the door, and you can tell that Nim is there.
I'm going to try to open the door.
Knocking or just walking in?
I'm just gonna go in.
And are you staying,
I think that's
are you staying in your coyote form, or are you turning back to Staniel?
I'm gonna stay. No, I'll turn back to Staniel.
Okay, beautiful. You shift back to Staniel. You open the door brazenly, and as you open the door, you startle 3 elven folk as they are as they are startled by the suddenness of your presence. And you notice that you're in a very large room with windows that look over the front deck of the ship. The bed's super big. It's got a heart shape on it, and a heart shape bath. You see that like the honeymooners are looking distraught and stuff like that. You can overhear the conversation, and they're just like, it's just like the wedding. Just there's always something happening. We're just supposed to be having just a nice vacation, and it just has all over again. And like, can't we just not have a nice like outing and all of that? And Nim is just like standing like near them, and he's got just a very like nervous expression on his face. He's kind of keeping close to himself. He's and he's like, everything's just bad things happening, but he's just like seems to be like preoccupied in thought.
Huh. Can I make a vibe check on what Nim is actually focusing on?
Just roll me a general instinct check to just get a lay of all of the room and stuff like that.
Ooh, sorry, that is a 25 with hope.
25 with hope. Yeah, when you open the door and Nim sees you, and he kind of relaxes a little bit, comes up to you, and it's just like, Daniel, goodness, do you know anything that's happening? Like, what's kind of going on? And you take that time as he's trying to like ask you all of these questions to kind of mark and move about the room. He does just in general just feel like really nervous. Nim is the nervous out of the two. The other two are just like upset, and it sounds like their day is being ruined, and that's like the source of their distressedness, not the distressing notions of murder. But as you guys kind of walk around, and like Nim brings you like closer to one of the windows, you kind of spot one of their drawers slightly ajar, and you notice that there's like there looks to be like a vial and in there, and you notice that on that vial is what you can see is just the top part of it that looks like a skull on it.
Wow.
And Nim is just kind of talking your ear off about like all of that. What's going on? Like, is everything okay? Is like, like what happened? Did the captain really die? This is just crazy. It's wild.
Yeah, they're very dead. This room is way bigger than ours. And not even the point. I'm going to try to stealthily cop this poison. It's very clear poison.
I'll say with your high instinct roll, you're able to kind of cop it as you do. You kind of like bump into the desk, and it gives you a second to like put your hands in the inside and grab what it is. Are you revealing it to anybody, or are you just keeping it to yourself?
I'm just keeping it to myself for now.
Beautiful.
And then I'm gonna keep talking to Nim. Like, yeah, this is fucked up. We don't know what happened. It definitely wasn't us. This room, you're not even enjoying it. We had to make our cuddle bed, and your cuddle bed is just made, and you three won't even use it.
Three of us? What are
Whatever.
you talking
Are you
about?
good here? Do you wanna go with me?
You're asking Nim to come with you?
Yes.
I was like, yeah, do you need help? Do you know something? Like, he kind of gives you like that look of like, and he's willing to follow you. Oh. And he goes with you, and he's like, goes back and is like, guys, please just calm down, take a deep breath. Everything is going to be fine. Your honeymoon's not going to be ruined. Please. And walks out with you.
Also,
and closes.
Nim, Once I get in the hallway with Nim, it could not possibly be a better/worse time to tell them how you feel. The vacation is ruined. You should. What are we gonna do? Cry? Someone's already dead.
You think this is really, or do you really think that this is a good time to just be like, hey, tell Yelena that I actually really love her, and see if you can make something of that?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Like he's like genuinely like telling you this, asking.
Yes.
I'm
Love always wins. Love always wins.
always wins. Okay. I'll think about it. Maybe when they stop crying, maybe I'll do that.
It's already all lubed up for you. Might as well get in there. But
do you need help with something? What do you need help with?
I just kind of wanted to get you in the hallway to tell you that you're welcome to come with me if you want.
Maybe I'll just hang back. Maybe I'll see if I can find the right time to tell Yelena. Maybe that's what I'll do.
Yes.
You're sure this is a good idea?
Yes. Good. It's a great idea.
Oh, okay, all right. And then he kind of like takes steps back, and he realizes that he's like so close to the door. He kind of bumps into the back of the door. He's like, "All right, I'll tell them." And he kind of like grabs the door, walks back into the honeymoon suite, and closes the door.
Samuel starts swaggering back to their friends.
Beautiful. Doll, you wanted to have words with
Dejan.
Colonel Dejan.
Bring me that mustard.
Beautiful. Dejan's cabin is not too far away from your cabin. Just a few halls down and to the right. You realize, you knock on the door and, sorry, 1 second, let me just double check something. You realize that, the lieutenant is not at his cabin, as you walk there. But as you're standing there, like knocking on the door, not getting a response to his cabin, you can hear his voice on nearby, as his quarters are kind of starting to be on the cusp of where the service quarters are for the members of staff. Mm-hmm. And you can hear him towards where the captain's cabin and the adjacent, but next to it in the adjacent side room, which appears to be his son Theo's cabin. And Karis, I believe you were going to wanted to see the son of the captain, right? You would have hear Karis as well. And it seems to be just in a brief conversation of the lieutenant saying, "Oh, hello. Can I help you?" And Doll, you're able to kind of move a couple halls down and spot them as Karis is the first to greet the lieutenant.
I want to offer my condolences to young Mr. Luxbottom.
I suppose you can. He's a bit
my family too were poisoned, so I know the pain that they're in.
Roll me a presence check.
Mm-hmm.
with hope.
10 with hope. Fine. Just be delicate, though. Just, this is hard enough as it is.
Of course.
So maybe not be as nervous. And he kind of walks and leads you in. Madame Lepore is also there, and if you want to just follow right in, because the lieutenant just walks into the room and kind of takes his place back into a bookshelf that seems to be kind of in the back corner. You can hear water being run and the sound of Madame Lepore just cooing gently and mentioning that this will help you relax. It's troubling times. It'll be okay, but nothing a soak can't solve. And it seems like she's running a bath for Theo, who's kind of staring at the tub at the threshold of the bathroom as Madame Lepore is drawing a bath for them. And the lieutenant starts to take interest in the bookcase and starts to peruse through all of the books that seem to be on the shelf with great interest. But Doll, Karis, what would you like to do while you're here?
I think Karis just goes up behind the son and puts a paw on their shoulder and goes,
I'm terribly sorry for your loss. That's not a way any child should see a parent pass. Were you close?
With my dad? Yeah.
He spoke very fondly and very proudly. You were going to take over for him.
Yeah, that's what he wanted.
You didn't want that?
I guess. Not really. It's kind of an old boat, if you haven't noticed.
It does make lots of noises.
I'm not really. Yeah, a lot of noises, and I don't know. I wasn't particularly interested in upholding the family business, but Dad wanted me to, and I was gonna have more years before he croaked it, but I guess not anymore. As he's just like staring at the tub of water that's being filled in the tub.
Well, what were you interested in? If you weren't interested in this, what were you interested in?
I was hoping I was hoping to go to school. I was hoping to save it up. I've been kind of dabbling a bit in magic, and I was gonna go to the academy nearby and do some stuff on magical engineering and things like that. Dad wasn't really into it; he didn't really understand it. But he said as long as I could pay my way, I'd be able to. But and then circle back to the family business. But now I don't know. Now is changing everything for me. Yeah.
That's where I attend. Well, I'm supposed to attend, where I sometimes attend, but they've told me I can't come back right now. I could put
Did you get suspended or something?
No, well, kind of. It's kind of the opposite of academic suspension, where I've taken too many classes and they said I haven't done anything with actual real world experience, even though I've read more books than anyone else in that school. So they've kind of kicked me out for now to make sure that I do something, and then they said I can come back later. But I'm sure that I can give you kind of a recommendation if you'd like to go.
I mean, yeah, that would be okay. I just have to figure this out first, and I should be able to still go to school after all of this.
Yes, with any magical prowess, you could turn the steamship into something incredible. Not that it's not already something incredible, it's quite fine. But you could add to it, you could build upon the structure that your father left for you. You could become the next generation of Luxbottoms in a boat in the sky. Or something like that, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe we could do that.
Yes.
Doll, what are you doing? The lieutenant is filtering through the bookcase nearby, and is hanging about.
Yeah, I want to find the lieutenant, get close, and God, what an unfortunate circumstance with everything going on. Don't you agree, Lieutenant?
He shakes his head. A dastardly act, if I would say so. Me and the captain went way back. I didn't serve in the same regimen as them, but we were in adjoining bases. I actually know the captain's father. We served quite well with each other, going into battle, doing the whole hurrah. Actually, he kind of like leans in. Well, initially the madam kind of pointed this out to me, but maybe if you're running about this investigation to try to lock down who would do this terrible thing, he kind of pulls out this little booklet. It does seem that the young Theodore here was not particularly fond of his father. Very what's the word? Very upset at his father. Very unhappy with that he was hoping that his father would give him some money to attend the academy, and he eventually wouldn't allow him, and he points to it, what looks to be a diary of sorts. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the young master who committed such a deed, but who's to say?
Dahl will take the diary and pocket it, but he sort of feigns surprise, like, you couldn't possibly think that maybe Theo was involved.
Well, I mean, he was the closest to him, both in relation and in proximity of when the crime occurred. He seemed irate by what was in the journal, irate at the fact that his father wasn't going to support him, and that sounds like a motive in my book.
Oh, Lieutenant, you're so brilliant. I think you may just be onto something. And I sort of drape into him. And as I touch to his skin, I want to cast a spell called Tell No Lies, where I'm going to make a spellcast roll against a target within very close range. On a success, they can't lie to me while they remain within close range, but they are not compelled to speak. If you ask them a question and they refuse to answer, they mark a stress and the spell ends.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, so roll your dice. Let's see what we do.
Gotcha. Here I go. Uh, 27 with hope.
Beautiful. Love that. All right. You're able to activate this spell on Lieutenant Dijon. What are the questions you want to ask him?
So I want to make sure I'm very close, away from the Madame, away from Theo and Karis, and just sort of whispering into his ear there and draped up on the shoulder. I say, you know, Lieutenant, being the man that you are, coming from the power that you hold, and having this close relationship with the captain as you did, you must feel so awful that Theo would be capable of all that. But you wouldn't have anything to do with this murder, would you?
He kind of looks at you strangely, and and slight beads of sweat seem to form as he seems to be stressed by the notion. I see no reason to harm a comrade of arms. It's not like the captain was going to tell on me on things. I don't quite understand the question. What are you asking?
I'm asking if you assisted in the murder of the captain, Lieutenant Dejean. Now, of course, you can tell me. I have no stake in the game. I don't care whether that frog croaks or not. I'm just hoping that maybe you'll let me in a little. Did you have anything to do with this murder?
And if he continues to, it's stressing him out that he's not having such a hard time answering this question from you.
Could I consider this to be them refusing to answer?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my spell ends here.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And he kind of shakes his head when the spell kind of ends, and he says in a little bit more upright voice, that's just simply ridiculous. He is a family friend. He is somebody that I know and respect, and to even insinuate that.
Of course. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. And I'm going to lock eyes with him. And the last thing I'll do is I'll cast Recant. So I'm going to spend a hope, and he's going to give me a reaction roll.
Sure.
And they have to try and beat a 15.
Maybe a 15. That is not a D10. Failed.
That means that they forgot the last minute of conversation. So me asking about their involvement in the murder suddenly never happened. It's as though I just came over to the bookcase to begin with.
Yeah. He kind of like straightens up, recalling the last thing that he mentioned was that diary. And he kind of like gives you that look of like,
I was thinking the same exact thing. I think Theo might have done it. I'm going to take this diary. I'm going to investigate immediately. But I think you're onto something, Lieutenant. In fact, I think there could have been no one else that did this. And then I'm going to drift off back to Karis.
Beautiful.
Karis is extolling the virtues of the school, completely having forgot that they are on an investigation. Talking about all their favorite teachers, all the teachers that they think are fools. Talking about all the ways that they think they could make this ship fly with extra enhancement with a friend from school.
Karis, my love.
Yes, darling.
Someone is dead. Let's go.
Oh, it's his father.
Yes.
Kiss him forehead.
Very good. Very good.
If you won't, I will, and I'm gonna kiss his forehead. I'm so sorry for your loss.
And I'll go up. I'll give it. Yes. Give a little a polite kiss on the forehead, I guess. And then I'll hope to get Karis out into the hallway and go.
Oh, are we going now? We're going now. Goodbye. I forgot to ask any questions. I'm so sorry.
That is totally okay. You're such a good distraction. It doesn't even matter.
Thank you.
Karis, my love, do you remember that trick we used to play throughout towns? We'd show up and inspire everyone to share 2 truths and a lie. And I would, of course, cast a spell that forced them to tell the truth. I did that inside.
Beautiful. What did you learn?
The mustard man, the Master Dijon, would not answer a question on whether he was involved in the murder, meaning almost undoubtedly that he was.
Yes, of course.
Something to consider. I think we should take it back to the others. That's as far as I got. There was also this diary concerning your mark. I should give this to you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Gone.
Apparently, go figure, didn't enjoy his father.
No, he
Who
was
among us has problems with their fathers?
I've never had
ridiculous.
diabetes in my life.
I'm just gonna clamber up on their shoulder and start reading, like an arm hooked around one of their horns, and just.
And I'll carry them, holding them very close, and walk back, and hopefully trying to find Staniel and the gentleman to meet back up.
Yeah, it's easy for you guys to reconvene at your suite. But before you do, we'll reconvene first at the at your suite first to swap stories.
I'm convinced that Soul Rig is completely mundane and not Fey in any way because they've done nothing but sit around in the kitchen doing their job. So I don't think they're guilty.
Besides Nim being very sad and very unfortunate, I did find this, and they bring up the poison, in their cabin. So either they were going to, kill the third wheel, or they killed the captain.
Well, that's sufficient evidence enough for me. I think he did it.
I was discussing with the Lieutenant Dijon, and he, under spell, refused to answer whether he was involved with the murder or not, meaning that he was hiding from having to tell the truth. I can't imagine that being anything other than either playing accomplice or direct murderer.
The son
I think he
wants
did
to be
it.
a wizard.
What?
Oh, I spoke to the son. He just wants to be a wizard. He doesn't want to be a ship captain at all. His father was so proud. It's really unfortunate.
Does he want to be a wizard enough that he's willing to murder?
The only trouble is, killing his father is a fast track to becoming a ship captain, not
Exactly.
going to school.
Which is why I think it's not him, because he seemed very distraught. Not so much at the death of his father, but at the death of his chances to go to school, because he's like, I don't know what to do now because I have a ship and I don't want a ship. What do I do with a ship I don't want?
Dijon was also trying to paint Theo as the suspect, throwing off suspicion on his own.
Rude.
I suppose what we have to ask is, why would someone want to kill the captain? If for the boat, the most obvious way would be to let the son inherit it and then have the son pawn it off on them or something.
Is anyone looking for big business moves? Is anyone trying to make something happen?
There is the lady Purnell was her name?
Madame Lepore.
I was so close. Madame Lepore was a businesswoman who seemed very interested in doing business with me, which I did, of course, because I am a businessman. But now that you mention business, that's just what comes up in my mind. And no one has spoken to Miss Lepore.
Lepore was in the room with Dijon. Perhaps they're working together.
She was going to give Theo a bath, which I think is quite strange. He's a grown person.
I think
She's going to give Leo. She might kill Theo.
In the bath?
I just start running because I have
Where should we run?
them.
You're
guess
running
we
back
should
to the
follow
cabin?
Karis.
While they run towards Lepore, I'm going to run towards Lepore's room.
Okay. Sure. Let's start at anybody else accompanying the gentleman with the thistle down hair to
I'll go with the
Lepore's,
gentleman with the thistle down hair.
Staniel. Beautiful. Let's start with the room.
Is the door locked?
When I find the room, when you find the room, I will give you that answer. By the time you guys arrive there, after you guys spent some time, you knock on the door. The door is locked, but when you knock on it, you do hear somebody go, yes, and somebody approaches the door and opens it up, and it's Madame Lepore.
If we could retcon that, I wouldn't have knocked on the door because I have an ability called Pick and Pull. You have advantage on any attempts to pick a non-magical lock, either through stealth or by force. So if I could try to roll, I'd like to open it before anybody knows we're there.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do that.
Okay, I have a D6 of advantage.
Roll me finesse.
Finesse, I see. So it's 2. Whoops. So that's 14 with fear.
14 with fear. Yeah, you're able to pick that lock and open the door, and when you do, you find Madame Lepore there, and she is she's just meditating against this lounge chair, just kind of just recentering herself from a very harrowing experience.
Yeah, I'll whisper, Doll. She's in there. I thought she was bathing Theo. Do you have any way to keep her not from seeing us? I mean, I am pretty stealthy.
I can fly. I'll levitate. We can levitate up to the ceiling and stay there.
Yeah, we could try that. I can fly too, though.
Well, how about you do the stealthy bit? I'll fly up to the ceiling and stay there.
Got it. I'm going to use Shadow Stepper to try to jump around in the shadows in the room.
Sure.
I'm going to use levitate to go like full body prone on the ceiling. I hope that's enough to stay stealth.
So I'm jumping in and out of the shadows, trying to like reach into cabinets, trying to like look into drawers, and then disappearing into the shadow again. Trying to find any clues. Does anything stand out in this room?
Yeah, there are two things that kind of make sense as you kind of jump and vamp through different shadows. You kind of vamp into a like a drawer of a desk area, and as you do, you notice that there are like series of like letters and writing, as well as like a notebook that seems to be kind of tucked away in there.
I think I take those.
Okay, yeah. I'll say you were able to grab those, and using your ability, just kind of vamp back out. I will, Doll, are you just waiting for the gentleman to do all of this? As Madam is just kind of still eyes closed, meditating.
I'm letting the gentleman go through this, and I'm ready in the event that the Madam might notice them, so that I can play distraction in some way.
Yeah, beautiful. The gentleman vamps back next to you, holding what looks to be a letter and a notebook. And I will need you both to roll me, roll me a finesse to see if you guys can stealthily get out of this place without anybody without the madam being disturbed by her meditation. You can hear her just being loudly. She's just going, just which kind of just drools out the noise, and that's why she hadn't noticed you guys enter.
I have a 16 with hope.
Yeah, I have
16 with hope?
I have an 11 with hope. Oh wait, I do have
11 with
advantage on
hope.
rolls to move without being heard. Let me try. Let me add my advantage. Okay, so that's 16 with hope. So I guess I matched all.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. With that, you guys are able to kind of fly out of the room, avoiding all of this and closing the door. And it's the act of the door closing that finally like makes the madam like peek her eye up. And then when she realizes that there's nobody around, you guys are kind of standing behind the door waiting to see if anything happens. You then start hearing the hum again as she continues on with her her meditation.
Look what I found! Confessionals of the murder, and I'll just start kind of reading through these things that I found.
Yeah, you immediately look at it. What you notice is the letter that you have is a letter that was written by the captain. The captain stated in that letter that he had intentions to sell the SS Luxbottom to Madame Lepore for a sizable amount of money to her. So it was a deed of intention to sell. And noted in that letter is that just more also personal detailings that kind of mentioned that as much as he was hoping for the family business to continue, he did love and cherish his son, and he wanted to be able to take the funds and take the funds and help his son pay for his time in the academy. And he felt that the best way to do that was to sell the Lux Bottom so that he could retire and that his son could do the things that he ultimately wants to do. After much thought and consideration to his son.
Well, this doesn't make any sense at all. Why would he be murdered if he was going to give them the boat?
I think that this exonerates Lepore to the best of our abilities. She had no stake in killing the man because she would have lost out on all that money. Maybe Dijon continued on and killed the captain to keep the boat on his side of the legacy, hearing about this deal with Lepore. Worried that this would mean that the Luxbottom would fall into the wrong hands.
You are wise as you are handsome. Yes, that makes sense.
Oh, the gentleman with thistledown hair, stop! You're so
in
silly.
In the journal that you have, just to give you a little bit of that, it appears to be Lepore spent a lot of her time so far on the ship taking notes of people and keeping track of them. And she lists off a couple of things. She mentions that she heard a thonking noise the previous evening, and it startled her and awoken her. She mentions a person by the name of Artemis Fido that has been sneaking around throughout the morning, whistling and clapping around and peeking in vents and trying to call after something. She mentions a fairy individual who is a terrible business person who explicitly notes that they do not want to do business with them as they were rude and unruly and it ruined her morning sunbathe.
Oh, this one person
and
sounds
one of the
awful.
last things you notice and one of the last things she notes is that she could hear the Lieutenant Dijon and the captain speaking to each other out on the deck last night very, very late. And it sounded like a heated conversation.
Maybe we should go after Dijon's room.
Yes, I suppose. Yes, we do need to figure out why there was poison in the couple's room, unless it was to be framed.
I think
Let's go to Dijon's. Do we know if he's in the room?
last I heard he was with Theo.
Everyone's showering Theo. This is strange.
Karis and Staniel, you're still heading back to Theo's room to save him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
To bathe him?
Yeah.
Have I read anything
Yeah,
in his notebook yet?
I don't think so because you just immediately bolted.
Oh, right. Well, I was
can-
reading it as I was being carried earlier.
I can run with them as they read.
Okay. If you were reading
As Dahl was getting us back with everyone.
Sure. That makes sense. I would say the entries in the diary just kind of more or less express that like were a series of conversations that were being had about trying to go to school, and his father was disagreeing, and his father was trying to implore him to go to the business. A lot along the guise of like, my father doesn't understand me. He doesn't understand that I don't want to be on this rickety boat, and I just want to have the luxury and the freedom to do the things that I want to do. Yeah. No indications of premeditation. That he intended to do any ill harm to him. More of just, I wish my father would understand me. The most recent thing, though, in his diary that he wrote, like the previous day, was that he had a very lovely conversation with an elven person by the name of Nim, out on the deck in the evening after the initial dinner of revelries, and he seems to enjoy Nim's company.
Ooh. I know your sad little elf. Oh, that's the wrong voice. I know your sad little elf is pining after someone who's already married, but they might have a chance.
Oh, interesting.
Yes,
Okay.
Leo seems quite interested. And also, not at all involved in their father's murder. So I want to make sure they're not dead.
Okay, so we'll secure Theo first, but it also seems like maybe another sort of different debauchery is being committed now.
Yes, we
In the
could.
name of love.
Cupids!
I don't have my crossbow with me, but that's
I've only got a whip. Shit. Well, whip could be useful.
You guys storm into Theo's room, and by now Dijon is no longer there. But you catch Theo as he kind of is walking out of the bath that he had been taking, and he's in a robe, and he's just startled by your guys' storming.
An old man gave me your journal. Here you go.
and you're not dead.
Not yet, yeah. As he
Excellent.
takes your journal. You read my diary?
Well, someone gave it to me. I didn't know whose it was, so I read it to find out whose it was, and then I found out it was yours. Also, you should talk to that person, that sad elf person.
If you like Nim, you should tell them, because I just told them to confess their love to someone else, and that was before I knew what you wanted. So you gotta beat them to it.
I can show you where that room is.
Okay. I know
I can
where
hold you
they're.
both.
What? I know where this person is staying on the ship. I'm very much aware. We mentioned it. We talked about it. So thank you.
Of course. Glad you're not
As you
Try
guys
to
understand-
kill anyone on this ship.
Kill anybody? Why would I want to kill anybody on this ship? If I killed somebody, I wouldn't be able to do the things I want to do.
That's so smart. Only kill people who are in the way of you doing what you want to do. That's what I've learned from adventuring so far. Also, call me if you need a recommendation for the school. That's an option.
Yeah, you've already told me, and I'll think about it. But I'm starting to grow suspicious that you might not be somebody worth having a recommendation by.
I absolutely am. So many of the teachers absolutely adore me. I'm the smartest person at their school. They've told me. They just think that I don't have any worldly experience, and they're not wrong.
Yeah, I would say that they're not wrong. That makes a lot of sense.
I'll be going back soon, though, so you'll know someone.
Great. What I'm definitely looking forward to all of that.
As am I.
Okay.
All right, well, stay away from the old man.
Beautiful. Are you guys heading back to your cabin? Staniel and Karis?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Sorry.
As you guys do that, you end up crossing past cabin 5. Artemis Fido's cabin is open, and you see them continuing to just like search for something.
I'm so sorry. I just have to look in really quickly, just one moment. And I'm gonna duck my head in and look for the goddamn hairball.
Yeah, I mean, he clocks you immediately while you're sitting up in there, and is like, "You, what do you want?" I'm busy right now. I'm trying to look for something.
What are you looking for? I'm good at looking.
Honestly, with everything going on right now, the last thing I need is more people knowing what I'm looking for. It's fine. I am
suspicious. Are you the murderer?
What? No. Why?
Well,
Why would I?
You're hiding something clearly, so you could be hiding being a murderer and something else. I don't know if I'll believe you if you tell me you're not hiding something.
They grab you by the collar of your shirt and pull you in. If I tell you what it is, will you stop? Whatever this is.
Maybe. Oh crap! I'm not supposed to be honest. Yes, I will stop.
Fine. He crouches down to one of his trunks, and what he pulls out is a little like cage almost, and inside there is a bunch of little there's like 2 or 3 little what looks like hair pieces. You, Staniel, as somebody who is of the someone who understands animals or knows animals, you would know this little being as a wig, WHIG. They're essentially a little hairpiece creature that entertainers often use on their persons. Like, I'm an entertainer. I'm supposed to be performing out on the Flaming Isles later, and not only did some of mine disappear, but the whistle that I use to keep them contained has gone missing. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. I'm not supposed to bring pets on this boat, so I've just been trying to not get caught with it. Okay.
I met one of them. It bit me.
Oh. I'm sorry. When the whistle's not being used, they can be a little bitey. Little weasels.
They're very cute, and I almost ate it, but I didn't because I didn't want to throw it back up again. It's somewhere in the vents.
I know. I can't. I cannot get into the vents. So I've been, the whistle would bring them back, but I can't find my whistle.
Where was it last time you saw it?
When I got on the boat.
That's extremely unhelpful. Well, good luck.
Yes, good with the whistle. If you need, well, I don't know. Yeah. If you need something that's not finding the whistle, because murder first, listen.
I'll look for the whistle
sure.
as we look for a murderer, but that's not really my priority right now. I'm so sorry. Oh, shit, I'm being honest again. I will help you find the whistle.
Yeah, thanks. I think I got it. I'll figure it out. Thank you.
Well, that's one mystery solved.
How do we use the hair pieces to solve the murder?
I was going to say it's giving Pied Piper, maybe?
Maybe we put it on all our suspects and see if they react to
Like
them
the
or something.
thing.
Yeah.
It's the blood test.
What is it? Gentlemen and Doll, you guys go to the lieutenant's room. The room is locked and it doesn't sound like somebody is there and behind the door. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, if you don't mind, I'm going to use my pick and pull ability again to have advantage to try to open it.
Oh no, a locked door. However will we get through? I'll just stand in front of
Oops,
gentlemen.
my key fell in. Okay, 7. Are you cool with that, Eli, if I try that?
Yeah, that's
So-
fine. That's perfect. Sorry.
So that's a 12 with hope to unlock the door.
12 with hope. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that easy enough. These locked doors are not particularly intricate. So you're able to finesse that and open it up. And when you enter in there, like the room looks very like lived in. Like luggage chest is in the corner and open. It looks like clothes from that the perhaps the lieutenant was wearing. It's been like kind of folded neatly over a chair. There's a desk in there, yeah, everything is looks and appears to be lived in. You both can roll me knowledge checks to see if you guys can investigate around and see if you can find anything of particular here.
That's an 11 with hope.
A 15.
11 with hope. 15 with hope. Yeah, you guys kind of rummage through parts of the desk, and like what seems to be just kind of placed on the top of the desk in general is what appears to be a letter. And the letter reads that it says, "My dear Captain, I must say that it has been a wonderful experience sharing the seas with you. I consider you a deep, dear, and close friend, and I hope we can spend more time together in the future."
In
But
my neck of
other
the woods,
than
that's
that-
called an alibi, especially after we've heard that he was arguing with him in the evening.
It only makes sense.
Yes. Beautiful. But other than that, outside of the sense of that the lieutenant has spent a significant amount of time here
Yeah,
in
that
this
is
cabin.
worth noting. Why does
there's-
that matter that he spent so much time here?
Was that a question towards me or just a question out loud?
It was a question towards Dahl, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he has the answer. I'm not sure what we should do next.
Yeah, I think he keeps asserting experience to show that he cares about this place. He's like one of those folks who, keep the racist statue up because it's been here for so long. And he's a fan of institutions. That's the only thing I can think of.
Is he a fan of this institution so much that he's willing to kill for it?
And he seemed very perturbed that Theo would not take up the mantle and immediate in the accusations against the child and stole his diary. Odd. He's got
Very
some
odd,
stake.
yes. I wonder actually if we looked in the diary if we could tell if the handwriting changed. Like, did he start trying to make stuff up?
Perhaps we could go find Karis and find out.
Just start racing over there.
Beautiful. Yeah, you guys return back again together. By this time, it's late. It's evening. Everybody, dinners have been kind of served, and we have this last bit of deliberation before the night ends.
Do we know when we're going to land?
You're going to land tomorrow morning.
Well, we're going to have to make up our minds then and give our opinions.
Soon.
And actually with that, we should just take a quick 5-minute bio break since we have been going for a reasonably long time, just so that some folks can have a quick bio break if we
All right.
can.
We'll be right back.
Hello, and we are back, continuing on with our murder on the SSX Luxbottom. Don't forget, everyone, we are also raising some money and doing a small little charity run for Reach LA, a wonderful organization that's providing social services here in the city of Los Angeles for POC queer folk. So be sure to follow the donation link that's in our description, and be sure to shoot us some money in support. And we will be having that fundraiser going all the way to July 10th. Excellent. All right. You all have spent most of the day looking through, interviewing, rummaging around, trying to figure out who would have the audacity to kill Captain Luxbottom on his very own ship. And you guys have now, as the evening has come together, had this one final deliberation before you mosey on off to bed, as it's growing late, and all has grown quiet.
Well, this has been a lovely day of investigating, but I'd really love to get it over with. So, who do we think we can blame this all on?
Dijon.
Mustard.
Yes, it's not Nim or Theo.
No.
And we don't think it's so obvious it's Dijon. It isn't?
Could be.
Well, mustard is a very bold flavor.
Yes, that's true.
I'm willing to be
tell
wrong.
me the mindset of the killer. Why? The who, what, where, when, and why.
So, he appears to visit his long-term potential boyfriend who he served in the war with. He finds that there's some ungrateful, petulant child that is to take over the helm of a great ship that he clearly has some stock in. He discovers that his dear old boyfriend is going to sell this ship off to some spa chain and have it become some sort of a vacation destination in order to pay for the petulant child's college fund. He is very militant and therefore against all knowledge and education, and sees this as a threat against him and what all great military men love. Unnecessary institutions. Also each other.
Also each other.
So, he comes up with a plan after a heated argument proves on the deck of the ship that there is no way that the captain is foregoing the sail. He'll poison the captain, killing him, and framing the boy and his new lover, Nim, as trying to run away to college, and take the namesake for himself after proving with a letter as alibi that the captain saw him as the next rightful heir to the ship. Let's go stab the guy.
I was going to say Karis write all that down, but that's another option.
It's already been recorded. It's on record. I have it here.
The way I figure, we're not even actual detectives. We don't have to be right.
That's true. We don't have a legal obligation to do anything correctly.
It's
And we-
ocean justice.
You said
Exactly.
we're not here to save
International
anyone. You could just
We're
kill him.
not. And if we're wrong, we stab that one too.
And we just keep
Vacation.
stabbing until we're innocent.
Exactly. We know we didn't do it, so if we just keep going, eventually we'll be right.
That
Well,
makes sense.
we could go on the offensive, but I almost think being on the defensive, staying in our room for the night, because I bet you the killer knows we're onto them, and we might need to watch our backs.
The killer doesn't know it's us yet.
And if they come to us, then we kill them.
Perfect. I used a
Self-defense.
spell so that he believes that we are on the trail of Theo, not of him. So we may still be in the clear.
Good.
And all the better.
Well, it's really up to you guys. Do you want to go and murder a man that we assume is the murderer, or should we wait till morning?
My thought is we have to do this before we make it to port.
Yes, of course.
If we accuse him and we're right, we can just do it as we're pulling into port, and then, get rid of the body a lot easier, that kind of thing. So
Sure.
I think hold tight, kill him in the morning.
I could make a booby trap of our room just to keep us safe.
At the
What
door.
if we
Yes, we can catch him. If we catch him overnight, then we'll kill him.
What if we called a meeting in the Grand Hall tomorrow morning? We lock the doors, set it all up, we present our evidence in front of everyone, and then we stab him. Like a good old justice system.
We could get a mob going. A mob to a stab mob. A stabbing mob.
I'm gonna spend all night creating hoods for us made of green velvet
Why?
because we're executioners.
Oh, brilliant.
I'll use my ability Ice Spike to just summon a bunch of ice spikes and then face them out towards the door and like sink them into the wood of the ship in the floor so that if anyone comes in our room, they will be impaled on the ice.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Good. Yes.
And the gentleman is making out costumes
Yeah, I'm
throughout the
making
rest of
green
the night.
velvet executioner hats for us when we execute him tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Mm.
Any watch being had, or you guys?
What'd you say, Karis?
I was just saying, do you think we need to keep an eye on anyone else? Nim or the newlyweds or...
Why?
I don't think so.
What do you
Alright.
mean?
Well, they might
Actually, Nim
be
already.
in trouble. Well,
Nim's-
oh no, if they're being blamed for the murder, then they won't be in trouble because they need to be there as a scapegoat. Okay, right. I'm with it now. We don't need to protect
Nim's
them.
already gonna feed me the important information about the newlyweds.
Perfect.
Okay, cuddle puddle. Get onto the bed.
We all snuggle up.
Beautiful.
Mhm.
With the little trap set at the door, and the gentleman finishes off making those little velvet hats for you all.
We sleep in the hoods too.
Important.
Yes, Hooded slept well, and the night just progresses on until early day. And as you guys wake up, I assume you guys are just trying to get everybody to congregate in the grand hall, so that you can present your case to the audience. And as you guys are gathering together, you guys are seeing that the flaming aisles are so close, very near. Within the next hour or so, you guys will finally make port, and you will be able to disembark off of this ship. So time is of the essence. And as everybody is like just kind of gathered around, trying to figure out what is happening or why this is what is going on. The first to break the ice is the lieutenant themselves, and they just kind of pipe up and say, "Is all of this really necessary? Or what is all of this like? This pomp and circumstance? What? I feel that we should just allow proper authorities to handle this murder, and we just be done with it." And some of the other passengers start to kind of like join in of like, yeah, this, like, nobody has real authority here on this boat, and maybe this is not how things should be handled. But
I'm going to whisper to the others. They might get upset if we murder someone.
Damn.
Fine. Don't want to be mobbed ourselves.
How about we go to a higher power for authority? I have the magic ability of discerning whether people are telling me the truth or not. We could just cast one by one, tell no lies on everyone in this room, and I can ask them the simple question, were you involved in the murder? And if they deny their involvement or avoid the question, it is a denial of the truth, and we can ascertain that they were involved in some way. And if you weren't involved, all you have to do is tell the truth, and that will act as a representation. Everyone in favor, and I'm going to make an appeal to everyone in the room, basically. I'm going to try and use death. Ooh, I'm sorry. There's something I can do here. When speaking to a person you're trying to persuade, you can spend hope and add 1d4 to the action roll against them. I'm just basically trying to get everyone in the feeling that, yeah, we should go through with this. We should try and figure it out ourselves.
Can I give them a hope, or can I spend a hope to give them advantage by making little, like, illusory whispers of, like, yes, maybe that's a good idea. Oh, I've always wanted to try this spell, or just, like, some, like, little whispers around the room to try and, like, add support.
Sure, I'll allow that.
So you get to roll a d6 and add it.
What are you thinking, Eli? Is this presence?
Yeah, let's go with presence, because you're trying to persuade a grand audience like you would in a performance.
Got it. So I have a 20 plus a d4 is 3, so 23 total with fear.
Fear. Beautiful. And yeah, people, alongside Karis's whispers of yeah, and stuff like that, and many people are chiming in of like, sure, that's I guess that seems reasonable. If it helps us round this out so that we can get off and go home, or get off this boat and go about our business. And many are like, I didn't murder him, so what do I have to lose? But the lieutenant seems very agitated by this notion. But again, really, you even if you were to cast all of these spells and these whatnot, this is just folly and reasonable. You what are you going to? You, a performer, is just going to arrest somebody and just on a suspicion of your magic casting? What if you're the murderer and you're just using this to get out of it by playing detective?
Well, I suppose that's fair. I would not have an alibi against my own spell, but I would position myself into a point of contact. I am ready to answer any questions in front of me. I don't know if you can say the same, Lieutenant. It seems as though you're afraid of answering questions.
And wasn't the captain a dear friend of yours? Wouldn't you want to know who killed him?
You seemed very gung-ho about finding out who did this at the very beginning of the murder. It seems now that we're actually looking for whoever did it, you don't want to continue.
Because I would rather have professionals solve the murder than a group of just random people on the ship just playing and fudding around and just thinking that they can connect dots and call that justice.
Cast the spell on him.
I will have you know that we have killed several people. If anyone will know who's killed who, it would be us. We are professionals.
We are
Even
entertainers.
more so to accuse you of murder. You could be just murdering the captain for whatever selfish gain they have. I know that they have, some form of treasury here and whatnot. How do we know that you're not the criminals?
Do you?
We didn't have stake like you do.
Stake? What stakes would that be?
There is a trusted source that says that you were arguing with the captain the night before he passed. on the deck of the ship. Would you like to tell us what the argument was about, Lieutenant? Or are you still avoiding any opportunity for us to use a truth-telling spell?
Well, it's none of your business what the captain and I,
It is when murder's afoot.
Suspicious.
I'm going to grapple the cap or mustard.
Grapple mustard.
Mustard grapple.
Roll me a strength check.
Good.
It's like the idea of Staniel coming out of left field and just clobbering him. Tackling.
Can I use my grappler to do so?
Sure, is that a weapon?
That's not really those are form, but yes.
Yeah. If you brought the weapon with you, yes.
Yes, amazing. That's a 24 with fear.
24 with
Nice.
fear. Beautiful.
I'm not holding you for you to calm down this time.
Unhand
This is a
me.
mean one.
This is outrageous. This is kangaroo court. This is preposterous. You managed to at least wrangle him for the time being.
What are we doing? How are we
there,
getting
no.
this confession out of him?
Spell time, I think.
Yeah?
I quite think so.
I
What
put
do you think? And I'm trying to like emulate dolls again, and call to the rest of the people. Would you like to see justice?
Yeah, I think people are getting intrigued by all of this drama that is being expressed. And I think even like Madame Lepore kind of speaks up and she says, "Yeah, I was the one who heard the captain and them talk. They seemed to be on bad terms the night before." And Dijon it's like you were drunk. What would you know? As they kind of argue back and forth about it, while he's still kind of grappled. Dolly, you're gonna cast that spell.
Yeah. Well, if you won't take Lepore's word for it, then take Theo's. You tried to frame him as killing his own father.
And you stole his book, which is rude.
The book was out on the desk. I was the one who was assisting and investigating, and I found those hatred-filled words of ill towards a man who raised him since he was an egg, a little tadpole.
I read that. It was just a misunderstanding. It wasn't hatred filled. It was my father doesn't understand me. Who among you has a father who understands you?
I don't.
A lot of people kind of like look at each other and like, no, we don't have fathers that. No, not at all.
I go and put a hand on his shoulder and cast again, Tell No Lies, and I get a 25 with fear.
25 with fear. Beautiful. 25. It will definitely succeed. So you are successful in casting the spell.
Now, my good people, the only way to discern whether the lieutenant is trying to pull themselves away from questioning is by denying the question altogether. They are not bidden to speak, they are only bidden to tell the truth. Thus, if they try and weasel out of this question in any way, we can take that as an admission of guilt. Lieutenant, did you murder the captain?
The captain kind of stands there, and it feels like he's trying very hard to like not give an answer, trying to resist this spell overall. And he's almost like even turning kind of like red, as if like he's like holding his breath, trying to, and turning almost purple into it before he finally just speaks out, and he's just like, you know what? Yes, I did murder him.
Daniel,
Yeah. I rip his arms off. No.
Well, hold on. He's like, yeah, I did murder him. Yes. He promised me that he was going to sell that boat to me, and that I was going to be able to take over so that he could retire, that things could go the way that I wanted it to go. And then he turns around and tells me in the evening, he's just starting to like lay all this out, that he's just gonna that he has second thoughts, that he wants his son to be able to go off to Magic Academy and do all of this stuff instead of being a soldier and being a person out at sea. So you know what? Yeah, I did kill him. I grabbed some herbal things and I poisoned his wine, and I made sure that he died before he had the chance to sell that shit off.
That's why he smelled like that. Okay.
Oh.
But and he starts looking out. But even if you got this truth from me, I'm not going to just go off into the night by you meddling adventurers. That's not going to happen today. And though Staniel was able to grapple him, he kind of is able. He has a little bit of his like hand and arm kind of free, and he goes and grabs out what looks to be this very silvery, like thin looking whistle. And he's like, I refuse to just go out like this. And he kind of blows this whistle, and you, Karis, as he kind of blows it, it's a very silent whistle. So he's just like puffing on it, and no sound is being emitted. But you, Karis, you were the first to kind of pick this up. You start hearing the scritching and scratching that seems to start coming from all around the walls and everywhere. And you start looking up at the vents that have the vents that are a part of this main hall. And all of a sudden, you just start seeing like what looks to be a tufts of hair sticking through the grates as balls of little wigs start to come out of the vents and start to converge on you all.
Artemis, please collect your children.
And they go kind of over to Staniel's grappler, and they start to kind of assist in getting people to like start moving, and everybody starts to kind of like start to run around and flee, and which allows a moment for Dejan to kind of break out of the grapple that Staniel had of them, as he starts trying to exit the room and leave, while these wigs are nipping and biting at various people as Dejan tries to ultimately flee from his demise.
If I may, I have a ability called a spell called Shadowbind, where I can make a spellcast roll against the enemy within range. All it succeeds against have their shadows temporarily pinned where they are, making them restrained.
Okay.
Okay.
Beautiful. Yeah. Roll.
So that's just a D12.
Yeah.
What do I add to that? I don't think I've ever cast this spell.
What's your spell casting ability as a bard? I think it's probably, or not as a bard, as a rogue. A rogue.
Rogue, I would believe
details.
it's instinct.
I think so too.
Okay, so that's not good because I have 0 in instinct. But that doesn't feel well. It says here I have a +2 to my spellcast roll.
Yeah, then it should say like spellcast roll on it.
And I should be rolling d12s, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna roll it and... Okay, so I rolled that's a 13 plus 13 hope.
Nice.
13 hope.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a success in general. So you start to and you're predominantly targeting Dijon.
Yes, I don't want Dijon to leave, so I'm going to pin their shadow to the floor.
Yeah. So Dijon was trying to make their way out of the door, and you kind of cast this as all of a sudden Dijon kind of almost freeze frames as it's a very sunny day, and the main hall itself has these very bright and beautiful windows. And given how early in the morning it is, casts pretty good shadows amongst this floor, and Dijon becomes kind of stuck in that moment as he's trying to run, but he's not going anywhere. But these wigs are still out and about, trying to bite people, trying to harm people. They're flooding out of the vent. How do you guys want to try to overall subdue these creatures since you have Dijon captured?
Can I try to cast Conjure Swarm to sort of counter swarm the wigs?
Yeah, counter swarm a swarm. Let's do it.
That's a 24 with hope.
24 with hope. So what does this look like?
So each of them, they are, Staniel takes off their hat for the first time, and something like 50 fireflies erupt from under it and start swarming these wigs. Each wig takes 11 points of damage.
Yeah, beautiful. And given that they're fireflies and stuff like that, as these kind of fireflies swarm and grab onto these little wigs, the heat of the fireflies kind of like make them little screech, and they start poofing into little puff, like start to like unravel and unwind into like just little piles of hair on the ground as each coupling of fireflies attach themselves to this swarm. What is it? Artemis runs over to Dijon, who's kind of like trying to flee, and he manages to get into his pocket, since he's not able to move and he's pinned by his own shadow, to grab out that whistle that Dijon was trying to use as a way to kind of escape. And when he does that, he any of the remaining wigs that are still not been ignited by your fireflies, he goes and he blows the whistle, and all of the wigs just kind of stop, and they kind of just sit up and turn to attention. And then Artemis kind of just like drill sergeant like whistles at these wigs, and the wigs kind of like do a little turn to acknowledge that they're listening to Artemis. And then Artemis pulls out one of his like pockets on the inside of his robe and whistles again, and all of the remaining wigs kind of like line up into little lines, and then start marching over to Artemis and jump into their pocket, and start to listen to them. They seem very docile at this point, even though they were like screeching and nibbling at people's fingers and toes and stuff. But they all jump into Artemis's pocket so that they can be kind of contained. And Dijon is still over there trying to run. He's just trying to do the skedaddle and going nowhere. As members of the staff finally grab a hold of Dijon, and through all of his protesting and saying that you'll pay for this, I promise you'll pay for this. I was supposed to get this boat. They kind of usher him off into the off to the hold until you guys are able to dock at the Flaming Isles and have the proper authorities handle it from there.
Another job well done. And they'll never guess it was us that poisoned the food.
Nope.
Nope. Not at all.
Never.
But yeah, that is pretty much it. The docking happens within a couple of hours as everyone starts to kind of get off the ship. Kind of glad that this hullabaloo is over, and that they can go enjoy their time. Yelena and Effie seem relieved that they can at least try to make the best of their honeymoon and all of that ness. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the murder at the SSX Luxbottom. You solved the crime.
What's the first thing we do once we hit the islands and we're on vacation?
Yeah.
Oh,
We probably eat food, huh?
yeah.
I mean, we've just been relaxing on the boat. I feel like we got to go for an activity like mountain climbing or something.
Yeah. We're
There is zip lining.
Oh, zip lining.
It is zip lining. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
We're little like poly couple zip lining. There we go.
Molecule zip line. Let's go.
It's in a line. We're all in.
Yeah,
harness.
it's like a 4-man line. Or yeah, it could be a single harness, but it's like a four line. You guys are just like zip lining over some trees, just
Holding
enjoying.
hands.
Yeah,
Love it.
holding hands. Love it. Beautiful.
Nim's there with
Fantastic,
us.
guys. Thank you guys. Yeah, Nim's there. Nim seems
Theo.
to
We'll bring
try to
Theo.
make move with little Theo and stuff like that. They seem to be chatting it up, and all of that. So beautiful. Amazing, guys. Thank you guys all for sticking around, for hanging out and playing this very silly adventure. If you guys are interested in this module or in general, feel free to check out the Queer We Go Again book. You can find it on a quick little Google search. There's 4 adventures total in that book that that is written and highlighted and showcased for just queer experiences. Just fun little silly events that you can enjoy. It's originally for 5e, but we kind of slightly modified it because we love Daggerhearts and we want to just keep playing around with this wonderful open beta. And last but not least, we are still raising money today and up until the 10th for Reach LA, a wonderful social organization group dedicated to supporting POC LGBTQA folks here in Los Angeles. They're doing fantastic
People will be able to
work.
find the link to them in our description.
Yes, yeah, or to look to our socials as we'll be promoting it up until the 10th and whatnot. And, you know, in general, support organizations that are looking to help LGBTQ people in general, as it is Pride Month, and we're here for, and Pride Month every month, but particularly this month, and as we are here to support gay rights and as well as their wrongs.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, thank you, thank you guys so much. Tune in the next 2 weeks as we kick off our return to Las Vegas, Vegas by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade campaign, and keep in touch with our socials as we continue to show you all the cool stuff that we're making. So, with that, have a great rest of your Saturday, and we'll see you all soon.
See ya. Bye.
Bye guys. Love y'all. Happy Pride.